Audio song. Videos.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the budget committee meeting for December 2nd, 2025. It is 9:01. We will start by adopting the agenda that has been presented to us here for the last couple of days. Hopefully you guys had a chance to read through it. Can I have somebody make a motion, please?
Sure. I motion that Lamont County Budget Committee adopt the December 2nd, 2025 Budget Committee meeting agenda as presented.
Any questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. All right. We'll move on and we'll have Rodney start or Peter, sorry, and keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve, and thanks to all members of council for making yourself available for budget committee meetings today. So earlier this year, the prior council supported a schedule that had administration initiate budget planning for 2026 to 2029 a little earlier. This allowed us to review the base budget with the prior council prior to the election. It provided an opportunity for council to identify anything that was missing or that should be adjusted, and then afforded prior council once again the opportunity to pay it forward by offering the draft budget to you, the incoming council, following the general municipal election. So I'm sure you'll agree that the past 6 or so weeks with the organizational meeting and the various orientations and the elected officials training and RMA, there was an awful lot to do in a very short time. So we bring forward to you a draft-based budget based on a resolution that came out of the meeting in August to refer the 2026 to 2029 budget as amended to the December 2025 budget meetings. So staff have reflected and captured the items that were in the parking lot from that prior meeting on page 61 of your budget book, and we'll be able to walk you through those later on. You want to take a squeaky over tap that page, if that's helpful. This base budget will provide a starting point for this council to debate, deliberate, and approve a budget, hopefully by December 31. There is a responsibility to approve a budget by December 31. Over the past couple of years, we have succeeded in having the final round of the interim budget. Should note that the adjustments to the budget that have emerged since August are reflected on page 15, and they're very few. So council had the opportunity on November 12 and 13 to revisit the strategic plan, as well as the current service level direction. Council determined that the strategic plan remained relevant and no major changes to the base levels of service have been identified by councillors. Some emphasis that council wished to introduce into the strategic plan is a desire to ensure affordability, to increase engagement with the public as well as with staff, and to be mindful of the industrial impacts on ag lands. And when we bring forward the strategic plan for your endorsement in January, albeit just a tweak, we'll bring it for your endorsement in January. You'll see those things reflected. So this emphasis has minor financial impact. Those are things that we are able to address within our ongoing work. So as reflected in your various orientations, the budget is perhaps the most important policy document that council approves annually. It expresses direction to administration and to the community on council's priorities and the allocation of resources. Notably, the budget process is one of the few things that council cannot delegate. So council will, once again, as we put it before, be driving the bus. This process works best when council asks questions and staff provides analysis and information in support of your decision making. The base budget presented represents the culmination of dialogue and activities over the past years and is the financial representation of numerous council decisions. With the beginning of a new four-year council term, 2026 is a milestone year for municipal budget planning. As noted, in previous years, the MPA mandated that the budget must be a multi-year budget encompassing 4 years of operating and 6 years of capital expenditures. The goal of this mandate by the provincial government is to ensure municipalities expand their planning to include the long-term vision of the municipality and to have an eye towards sustainability. This is something that the prior council did with its strategic plan, which again you have informally endorsed, and to some extent the multi-year business plan, which will be guided by your decisions this December. Once again, the business plan will come for your approval either in the second meeting in January or the first meeting in January. During the past 4 years, council invested considerable resources, time, and effort in guiding the budget process, allowing for the budget to be concluded by December 31st. Past 3 years, this has allowed us to initiate program planning, capital projects, and initiate capital earlier, resulting in better prices and quicker delivery. While I ask council to approve the budget by December 31st, council will have the opportunity to amend the budget longer in spring should assessment come in greater or less than anticipated, or if the conditions significantly change. This is a best practice, which is quite standard. In May of 2025, our assessment came in higher than anticipated. And you may recall that the planned tax increases were introduced. So when the assessment comes in April, May, council has an opportunity to relook at the budget that is approved in terms of the increases. Just to recap, it's been an awful lot of work to the direct administration to sharpen the pencil, handling staff, and reduce expenses, enumerated and adjusted service levels, and held a number of positions in areas. Some highlights since 2021. We reduced advertising costs by $16,500 annually. We utilized existing proxy traders for in-house versus contracted travel. This resulted in savings of up to $800,000 in 2025. We reduced software costs for regional fire and finance, savings of upwards of $40,000 annually, reducing telephone costs to about $2 annually. We reduced costs and improved efficiency through outsourcing for payroll, water utility operations, and roadside spraying. Payroll is savings of about $15,000 a year. Water utility operations is saving us somewhere in the order of $50,000 versus having our own private operator. The safety engineer. So we are indeed doing more with less. So we where you are no longer paying at the level you were in 2025. So no longer receive a merit, and I in a good confidence recommend a full staff without in any way whether I receive it or not, because I will not be receiving it. In terms of service delivery, so you'll recall on the other slide, we indicated that fire council spent upwards of 18 hours in early 2022. We're reviewing all the services delivered by the county and determined if the level of service provided matched council expectations. and to a great extent whether resources available to support those levels of service. The council has continually reviewed service levels to ensure that these levels are maintained at an acceptable level. Where there are specific services that council wishes to address now, there is the opportunity over the next few or so days to do that. And if there are other services that council needs to look at later, we can address those in January with the approval of the 26th business plan. Of course, the business plan is our agreed roadmap for the next 3 years. It's reflecting how we will make progress towards implementing the strategic plan, council's expectations, and administration's commitment to achieving those results. And we will report on progress regularly through our triennial reporting. The base budget is predicated on council's recognition of the importance of day-to-day operations and providing the resources required to address them. And in some cases, budgets have been augmented over the past years. In a few cases, budgets have been reduced based on new approaches to delivering service. A few examples of that are council efficiencies by varying the gravel cycle and thread rate, by adopting 7-year greater replacement and acquiring extended warranties. We also piloted and adopted new dust abatement technologies, and we've reduced subsidies, achieving fuller cost recovery in areas like residential dust control, where residents now pay the full cost of material and labor versus a 90% subsidy, where they pay the fuller cost of additional approaches, and where we've had targeted increased water rates. The one exception is fire service, where residents no longer pay for fire suppression, except where there is clear fault. Overall, these activities have resulted in a solid base budget, which council now has the opportunity to vary. One of the things we emphasized in November, in council's #1 goal in the strategic plan is growth. That new businesses are partners in growing community. A major initiative to accomplish this is the process water line project. This project has garnered significant momentum in the past year. We now have a water license, which, as I mentioned to you informally a few moments ago, is no longer subject to appeals. WSP is being hired as the owner's representative, but there is significant oversight required. Regular meetings with provincial officials continue, and we are planning for further public engagements and coordination with county policy, which requires significant investment of time from senior administration team. Council will receive a presentation on December 16th from our owner's representative, providing information and the opportunity to provide direction for the next steps on the water line project. Council recently heard from Mr. Olson that since receiving our water license, we have experienced a renewed interest by industrial investors. Providing information and regular reporting are key to maintaining alignment and transparency between council and administration, and of course, the community. Once again, we use 3-year business plan to remain aligned with council and council's priorities, and it's used to guide council's agenda, as well as staff activity. And our transparent reporting was last done on September 9th. And council will receive the 3rd triennial, or call it the year-end report, in January. And you may recall we're making excellent progress with 41 of 42 operating initiatives on track and on budget or complete. And 12 initiatives were not started and not in the time frame. From a capital perspective, all equipment was required, and all projects in the capital budgets were started that was approved by council and have been completed in 2025. This alignment is supported by our RFPs and briefings to council every 2 weeks. As I've mentioned, over 95% of council's decisions are consistent with the advice from the AO. In addition, on average, there are almost 20% of total resolutions that are emergent, so council is clearly driving the agenda. As we consider the current budget environment, it's important to reinforce that we are approaching a sustainable position given the refinement of our budget practices and prior annual increases to tax rates and user fees. In 2026, we will likely not need to bump up the operating budget with reserve transfers, except perhaps to fund amortization. And best practice states that organizations should at minimum fund capital replacement. This is not part of the base budget, but should be considered so in the future. And if we look at where we started the year in 2025 versus where we were in 2021, we have $11 million more in financial assets, a whole 47% increase in cash over where we were. So we are in a much better position now than we were 4 years ago. So in our discussions, we will address factors like inflation, employment costs, capital cost escalations, reserves, and ongoing propping up capital budgets and grants. Comparative taxes for res, farm, and non-res, and wherever possible, we'll provide comparative municipal indicators for similar municipalities. We present information and we will answer your questions to help this process along. A combination of ongoing work over the past 4 years and the past few weeks and months. So we put to paper the priorities council has expressed for the recommended 2026 base budget. Before I hand it over to Mr. Boyko, are there any questions?
I have a comment. This budget, just so you guys know, is the budget we're working on right now is President Council's budget. That what happened, make our own judgment decision on what happened in August. That's the first time we've ever had an August budget meeting, so that's not written in stone. It's not written in anything actually, so use your own judgment and decisions. It's President Council's budget.
Anybody else? All right, Rodney.
Okay, good. So Rodney is going to take us into the base budget philosophy and then transition into the work.
All right, thanks, Mr. Karnowski. So just to follow up on what Peter already discussed, following the 2021 election and in response to the organizational audit, council endorsed the base budgeting model and has carried this forward into the 2026 budget. Budgets are, as Peter said, council's most important policy document and required by the MGA annually. So we're going to take this at a pace that works for this council. And we'll walk through some of the things that the three returning councilors have worked through for the last 4 years. And for the new councilors, we'll kind of don't feel free to ask questions, stop us. We'll keep trying to do this at the pace that council works.
There are no dumb questions.
There are no dumb questions. If you have a question, somebody else probably also has that same question. This model builds on the approved service level work that council adopted, and you'll see that as we go in the first few pages. So, and what you'll see, all changes in services delivered and levels of service are going to be brought forward as business cases, and they're only added to the budget detail once they're fully debated, deliberated, and approved by council. So this base budget is the enumerated services and levels of service from the previous council and carrying it forward. It also determines what it takes to maintain those services and addresses any major over or underages in the budget. And you'll see those are identified in the notes. So going into a budget every year like this, council must also contemplate changes in the economy, as well as some specific factors that municipalities face directly. So from the larger provincial perspective, according to information provided through ATV Financial, Alberta's economy is forecast to lead Canada in growth through 2025, basically driven by the energy sector, strong population growth, and diversification into emerging industries. Though it does still face headwinds from global uncertainty and potential US trade tariffs. And those have not been enumerated yet because a lot of them are, like I said, they're uncertain and we're facing them as we go. It doesn't deserve mention, though, that GDP growth in 2026 in Alberta is forecast to be between 2.1 and 2.3%. And this comes from ADB, TD, and BMO. And the Bank of Canada is forecasting a rate of inflation of between 1 and 3%. But of course, Lamont County does not buy a consumer basket of goods. As Peter mentioned earlier, there is significant interest in Lamont County since the water license has been approved. And last week's MOU between the federal government and the province on a new pipeline to the coast will likely intensify interest in the fullness of time. So we will undoubtedly be facing more financial pressures. So as for Lamont County, though, comparing back to 2021, revenues including property tax have increased 27%, with 70% of that coming from non-residential taxes. We are in a better financial fiscal position, and the past council made efforts to limit those impacts on residents, though. While the 27% may appear to be a large revenue increase, this needs to compensate for reductions in grants. So we are facing about a 4% decrease in reduction in, I think that's 4% of a large number. There's increasing costs due to deliver those municipal services. This is due to steady inflation, as well as escalation of capital equipment costs. So you're going to see that graders are up 46% in costs. Fire trucks are up 55% since 2021. Specialized equipment like bunker gear is increasing by 36%. And provincial downloading is increasing, including things like the education taxes. Last year were up 11%. And policing costs are increased by 108% since 2021. So there's some big impacts that the county is facing. Council will see later in the presentation that Lamont County residential tax rates are relatively low. And look what it is, that's lower than most of our neighboring counties. And our non-residential rates are slightly higher than average and much higher than our key competitors, like Strathcona and Sturgeon County. So to get into some of the detail on the highlights, not much has changed since the presentation in August, which three of you will be quite familiar with. And we're going to highlight those changes from there just to keep the returning councillors to be able to see that those changes. So administration has again taken a surgical view and continues to cut expenses where possible without affecting service levels to residents. The base budget shows a modest increase of expenses of $315,000, which represents an overall increase of only 1.04%. The good news is that this includes salaries and recommended COLA that we will discuss a little further. And while it's not comparable, Edmonton's base budget increase is up 6.4%. Items that council may want to be aware of that you'll see as we go through. Post-election orientation, that was the training that was mandated by the MGA for 2025, has been removed from the base budget in 2026. Again, it was mandated, it was completed, there's no need to rebudget that. The clay aggregate levy rate revenue, reduced it to $1 so that we can see that on the financials. There was only one producer in prior years. The producer has sold their interest in the business. The new owner has started producing and we have collected some revenue. However, we are unsure what those amounts are going to be. So we didn't want to overestimate the revenue that we did know about. And the police funding model is under review. Said it's up 108%, but that is still under review. So as such, that amount in the budget was not adjusted. As for revenue, prior year revenue included a one-time grant for the disaster recovery program. That money was received in 2025 and is therefore removed from the 2026 budget. Administration has included a provisional 2% increase to taxes in the budget. This is the same increase that was discussed in August. This is an estimate of increased assessment, real growth and or appreciation, and does not contemplate an increase to tax rates. So as noted, Lamont County's residential and farmland rates are lower than many of our neighbors. And council may wish to adjust this to meet the sustainability goals of the county. Uh, and so we recommend having the tax rate discussion during these next couple of days, adjust that as necessary in the spring of 2026. As Peter mentioned, you'll recall that the past council reduced the tax rate. So originally it was forecast to be a 4%, and there were some services that were added in, and the rate was decreased down to 3%. So lower rate, increased services. It was quite a good change, and I think it was well received by our residents. Municipal councils govern both the expenses and the revenue side of the equation. So at some point, perhaps maybe at the end of this session, council may want to set a philosophical direction for revenues going forward in the future. And the sustainable revenue financial policy will assist in addressing this. So some possible council choices are increase or decrease revenue for taxes or fees. And just as note, the resident survey showed that most residents are in support of a tax increase that reflects inflation and maintained service. And for the newer councils, that survey was presented to council on August 26th. That was done by an external public relations firm named Y Station. And we can hand that out if council is interested. So one of the other options might be to utilize or build the tax stabilization reserve. Council has not programmed an annual contribution to reserves, but has rather relied on end of year surpluses to fund those. And one of the last options could be adjusting the residential tax rate to equal approved changes to service levels. And we'll explain that whole process as we go through this. But so what's going to happen today for the next couple of days is we're going to discuss the overall revenue and expense situation. We're going to start with a review of service levels. And that's the opportunity for council to propose adjustments. So given council's prior investment timing in the budget, we don't anticipate going line by line through the budget. But if there are detailed questions, we can point to information available in the packages. We also have more information here in our binders that we can present to you as well. And you're going to see some information provided later of our resident farm rate, and showing that we're within about 2% of Strathcona's rate. We're going to talk about the 2026 proposed salary in COLA. We'll go into closed session to have that discussion. And just as you may remember, on November 25th, you received a report from Mr. Farmer indicating that our salaries are still on track with comparable municipalities. But Mr. Farmer will be here to discuss in great detail the COLA. And that you'll see that all embargoed positions will remain embargoed. We have a operating service level summary, and these are the service levels that you'll see starting on page 6 of your package. We'll go through the 2025 actuals. We'll talk about the 2026 proposed budgets. We'll go through the parking lot items from the August 2025 discussions. And so we have a parking lot on the board over here. What that's for items that council wants to bring up, but maybe doesn't have a direct budget decision today. So we record those, we make sure that they still come back to council, but we want to be able to capture your thoughts and make sure that we're not rushing past anything. You're going to see business cases for some new levels of service, both increase and decrease. We're going to talk about the fees and charges. So we have that bylaw in here, and that's this council's opportunity to address those if there's any increases or decreases. We're going to talk about taxes and tax rates, then capital assets, capital projects, or reserves. And then we're going to go through those service enhancements, and we're going to vote them. And so you'll see that you guys, for the new councilors, everybody has a set of highlighters. Go through the binders. I recommend you use these highlighters. So we kind of went with a fairly straightforward concept. If council agrees with it, we highlighted green. If council wants to put it on hold for a short time, maybe make those decisions in the spring, we'll highlight it yellow. And if council wants to stop it, take it out of the budget, we'll highlight it red.
We'll never speak of it again.
Yes, they never speak of it again, and that's the pain. So, and then there's some stuff that maybe council wants to just stop it for this year and bring it back. Just, we'll make those notes as we go through. So it's a fairly straightforward concept. This is a committee discussion. So this is budget committee. So we're gonna go through a lot of questions. We're gonna talk about it. And then we'll come back in December 16th to have the final approval of this. So it gives some time for some sort of second thought if council wants to make any changes at that point. So again, we will go through this at the pace that council is comfortable with. And we'll, feel free to ask questions, stop us. Because we're just kind of going through the whole package and there's not a lot of time for breaks, natural breaks. If council needs to take a break, feel free to stop us. We'll take this at whatever pace. So
You'll notice that Mr. Lamont is not with us today. He has had a set of in-service leaves, which he could not change. It's interesting that they're doing it at the time of the year when virtually every council is doing budget discussion, but he is on standby. If there's a question we need to ask him, we can contact him.
yes, and we are hosting it apparently. So but if we need Mr. Laniak, we'll just take a note, we'll get a hold of him and he'll can join us by Teams.
Yeah, question, you were mentioning that lay levy as being $1. You look at page 12, yeah, site levies, so. I thought the way that's registered, like that aggregate levy / water sales, what is that? That water sales, is that aggregate levy?
It's both in the way it, we'll show you on the detail, how that lays out. It's a problem with our system.
Later on.
Yeah, so we'll get to that one a little bit later on in the,
And same thing with the clay levy?
yes. So
I thought those levies were supposed to be all separate, and
Well,
It's
I remember that it's somehow the way the system groups it.
it's a problem with our system, but you can't really pull them apart. We're trying that. It's one of actually the notes with if council chooses to go there, but we'll need to make sure.
Odd question.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and we can pull that information out as we. Make a note of that. So if there's not any if there's no other kind of questions on the process, what we'll start off with was have council turn to page 6. And so page 6 is essentially the culmination of that 18 hours of work that council did in early 2022. These are all of the services that each department provides. And so what happened in 2022 is that we went through each of these as a committee and determined, do we want to increase this, decrease it, or keep it the same? And we talked about the staff requirements. We didn't feel that it would be, at this point, I think council was fairly happy with the strategic plan and such. And so there wasn't really, the recommendation was not to go through that 18-hour process again. But if council does have some item of concern with any of the departments and want to add or remove services, this is going to be the time to do it. So you'll see that we've broken it down by department. So starting with the Office of the CAO, CPO, Corporate Services. And what I'd recommend doing is that we pull these pages out of our binder. And as we're going through the individual departments, that if there's concern what some of the costs are for, you'll be able to go back and forth to see those services.
Remember, it's if you think that there's too much service or not enough service, you could check it off and we could have that discussion.
Mhm. And we made it.
So why is this point? We want to have your fingerprints all over this budget. Read to approve that on December 16th, it needs to be public.
And you,
Go look what we got up in August, totally different people now.
and you'll see that, like, just for example, on page 9, one of the items in August that was brought forward was putting a pause on the church tour in economic development. That's one of the tourism initiatives. That was due to some concerns with vandalism and theft. So council at that point decided to halt that level of service. And so council, again, has that opportunity to do that, for whatever levels of service that there are. And so when you look at services, I like to bring this in a from concept of what must we do. So a must do, a should do, and a nice to do. Must do's are legislated. There are things that are legislated by the MGA. Elections, for instance, are mandated by the MGA. We can't say, no, we're not going to do elections anymore. That's a must do. But there are some things that we should do. We should be doing building security, by the CPO on 6. That's, it's a good thing to do. Then there's also some nice to do's. There's maybe the website is a nice to do, or media engagement and monitoring. So we look at those things and we say, what should we be listing on the must do's, should do's, and nice to do's? And that's if you can use that frame of reference when you're looking at service levels, that'll help guide you through that decision making process. So just kind of pause at this point if there's any big levels of service that council is interested in talking about, so we can gather some more information. But again, we'll talk about them as we go through each individual department. Any questions for us at this point, or comments? Okay, well, seeing none. We'll start moving into the numbers now. So, and what council's going to see on each page is, so we'll start with page 11. This is consolidated. You're going to see that we have the 2025 actuals in there, 2026 forecasted budget, and a multi-year comparison. And so we'll start off by walking through the consolidated budget, which is on page 12. And the first column in there is the what was recommended by Budget Committee in August. The second column is some amendments, and you'll see on page 15 that there was just a few additions that happened in between there. So the first note 1, we increased the social committee budget by $600 to cover staff barbecues. It's really just an accounting process. The staff do a collection of bottles and some various small fundraising or donations. And we needed to record that because we record that through the books itself. So there'll be $600 revenue and $600 of expenses. So that's showing those expenses there. Number 2, we increased the building repairs by $5,000. We found out in the fall when the irrigation company was coming to do the shutdown that a number of the irrigation heads have been damaged over the years. That system is quite old already, so there'll need to be a few of those irrigation heads replaced in 2026. So we decided that we would recommend bringing that the full cost of replacing all of them. And then note 3 is the increase in the annual amount given to Lamont County Library Board. There was an email request received, and council made that decision in correspondence on November 25th. So those are the changes of August. And so that is you'll see those pages there. sorry, 12, I think it was 12 to, yeah, 12 to 14, are the line by line detail. There are a couple of things that, as Councilor Knack pointed out, the water levy and the aggregate levy combined in a line. But then you'll see on page 16 and 17, a more consolidated view of those GLs with a 5-year forecast. So the last year's and 4 years into the future, plus the 2025 actuals. And then these ones on page 16 and 17, the bottom line has amortization removed from those totals to show what our net cash budget is going to be. And you'll see on page 17 that the 2026 recommended budget is forecasted to be in a surplus of $386,000. There is going to be some recommended increase to service levels, and we'll get to that later in the presentation. So this is the high level consolidated summary of the budget, and we'll get into the individual department details coming up. But is there any questions at this point on consolidated? And again, we're going to come back to this. So if you're have something that you think is going to be answered and it's not, we'll come back to this at the end of the session. Okay.
So, just one question, so the 2,535,000, or 2,541,000, that's a $600 difference with the budget, with the.
Sorry, which one?
Right at the very bottom of that total on page 15, there's a $600 difference, that's just the $600 for the promotional and expenditures?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll see that last column shows the actual difference between those two. So just to go a little bit into detail on the aggregate levy. So the aggregate levy, we are budgeting, and so one of the things about the aggregate levy for those watching online and for the new counselors, aggregate levy is there's a requirement in the MGA, or so there's an ability in the MGA to collect an aggregate levy. Council approved a bylaw to do that with the rates that are approved by the MGA. And one of the problems with the bylaw though, is that these are self-reporting. We don't go out and monitor what somebody's producing, what they're selling. The aggregate levy cannot be collected on sales to other municipalities or to the provincial government. So it's really only to private individuals and or companies. So it's a self-reporting, but what we do have is we have our auditors are going out and auditing targeted companies on a fairly random basis to ensure those companies are reporting properly. So and so what we budget as a whole is $200,000 for the aggregate levy. And we have 80, the rest is water. So of that, then 671,000, let's go back to that line. Where can I see it? Yeah, so the 671,000 is the total that we budget. So the remaining difference from that is water sales. So we got. Yeah, so 471,000 is water, 200,000 is gravel levy. The clay levy is separate.
So I know in years past, we had. You would show the clay levy amount, but we didn't receive it. So what state is that at? Have we received everything we're entitled to?
we have, we'll be going into closed session after this. I think I'll discuss that in closed session with council, if council's okay with that, so. So, yeah, so that's, you can write on your notes, 200,000 gravel, 400,000.
I don't understand why water and levy, gravel levies, saying they're totally different products.
It's because of the way the funds work in there, there's a separate fund for water and a separate fund for.
It's a shortcoming, yes.
Yeah, it's a shortcoming in the system. It's something that our reporting is. The cost to have the programmers fix the system is higher than us being able to just go on the system, look at the detail and add it up, so. All right, so, if there, and again, we can come back to the consolidated at any time. Essentially, in short, we are, looking at a $300,000 surplus. Even though we're in a surplus position, we should be budgeting to cover amortization. This is, Mr. Kronsky made a short, description about that, but if we look on page 13, you'll see that our amortization is about $2.9 million. And to cover off, if we are just covering off amortization, then we are covering off the utilization of those assets in the past, not accounting for any inflation or cost escalations. So, and when we look at the amortization, and it was brought up by the auditors last year with council that they noted that the equipment that we bought 4 years ago, like a grader, was $400,000 when we bought it. They're now $600,000. We're losing money on, we're losing value on that amortization. So if we only put away the $400,000 that equipment cost 4 years ago, we're not covering off the replacement of it. So we're gonna be eating into our reserves. So that number on of that surplus, surplus, the best practice goals are that it should be in the minimum in that $2.5 million range. So we, while it looks like we have some good money coming in, we, as a sustainable organization, those numbers need to be increased. We obviously cannot get there in 1 year. And it's something that all municipalities are facing right now. So we are not alone in that space. So when we get to tax rates, then we'll kind of talk about that as well. Any other concerns on consolidated before we go into the salaries discussion? Salaries is a significant line, so we want to take some time to talk about that.
Do we think that 25,000 is enough for the tax cancellation write-off?
We have been doing some very aggressive collections on items. And we have enough in the allowance for doubtful accounts from the past that we don't think that that the number needs to be increased at this point, so.
And that doesn't include the oil revenue or oil tax.
Yeah, those ones have already been expensed in previous years and put in that allowance. So our allowance is significant. And those were recognized. The auditors required us to do those in previous years. So that becomes a balance sheet item on the old. So that 25,000 would be for new taxes, like so the 2026 taxes that are not being paid. Well, if there's no other questions, I would recommend at this point that we moved into a closed session. And we'll have Mr. Farmer talk about the salaries and the COLA on a confidential basis, and then we'll have the greater public conversation as well after that session.
Somebody are willing to make a motion to move into closed session?
A motion that Lamont County Budget Committee move the December 2nd, 2025 Budget Committee meeting into a closed meeting at 9:50 a.m. to discuss items. Stu?
It's on the screen.
Oh, 2026 salary discussions, ATIA 17-1 and 29-1B D.
Questions or concerns? All in favor?
Yeah.
Carried.
Following.
So we are moving on to, section 3.4. This is the tax rates discussion. So this will be page 19, of the package. So you'll see there's a number of attachments in here. We've tried to provide as much detail as we can in regards to the tax rates and the dollar values. So we'll walk through some of this information because there's a lot of numbers on these pages. So on page 20, this is the tax dollars of the levy. So you'll see that our 2025 levy was $23.7 million. With the breakdown, 4.6 million of that comes from residential, the remaining comes from non-residential, those four other categories. The second column, 305.1 changes. So for council's information, MGA section 305.1 allows for changes in assessment through the year, and that may be through appeals, it might be through mistakes that are found from the assessor, variety of other reasons. And so you'll see that the changes that were recorded up to July 8th, 2025, there was a reduction of taxes of 24,000 through 305 changes. And most of those changes were like through appeals that through the LPRT. And so what we budgeted for the 2026 budget, so at the very top of the page, that blue column, you'll see the 2026 and forward budgets. We're estimating a 2% increase to the various categories. The corresponding amount is at the very bottom to see how much each category has increased. And so, as I discussed earlier, this is taxes are assessment times rate equals our dollar value. We haven't chosen what part of that equation is the 2%. So right now, council may have the opportunity, if it's a 2% increase in assessment and leaving the rates the same, we would have this dollar value. If that assessment comes in lower, council may need to increase the rates just to maintain this dollar value. And council may just choose to increase the rate as well and increase that dollar value of tax revenue received. So you'll see a comparison by different rates on page 21 and forward. So we'll just walk through these rates on here and what these graphs mean. So you'll see at the top the different counties going in the columns and the different years going in the rows. So Lamont County is the first row. That is the orange bars on the bottom of the graph. So you'll see that we only two of the municipalities were consistently below Lamont County, and that that we've seen a few of the counties, like for instance, Strathcona County in 2024 made a significant decrease in their rates for residential. We are just slightly behind them, about 2% behind them. And that most of the others are fairly consistent and above Lamont County's rate. So I believe this graph got so the page 22. So the 21 is the comparison to surrounding counties. 22 is the surrounding villages and towns. So you'll see our residential rate is significantly below all of the other the towns and villages in our area. So this is just for council's information. If we go to page 23, that is the non-residential tax rate. And you'll notice that of our $23 million, just going back to page 20, of the $23 million we've collected, about 19 million of that comes from the non-residential section. And so you'll see again our rates in the first column, and that we're right in the middle of the pack of most of our neighbors. However, our closest competitors for industrial assessment or industrial growth are Sturgeon and Strathcona, and we are significantly above them in rates. And we are quite similar to Beaver County.
This is the rationale for why our council did not touch the non-residential rate for the past few years. And in the fullness of time, we'll more fully share with you the sustainable revenue financial plan that speaks to the need for us to buy down our non-residential rate as we do new non-residential revenue, so that we can more directly compete with Strathcona and Sturgeon. I should mention, we also have an incentive that helps us at least get a little closer. And maybe we'll ask Mr. Olson to present that to you in the new year.
Yeah, so the philosophy of the incentive is to get people to come in the door, and as that assessment comes, then we can start to buy down those rates. But that policy lays out a good plan as to how the previous council thought we should continue along that path. So as we go into the different municipalities, the urban municipalities, again, that comparison is on page 24. You'll see that compared to the urban municipalities, our non-residential rate is fairly high. Again, now going into more specific, the farmland rate on page 25, you'll see the farmland rate is right around most municipalities now. We're right in the middle. We have a couple that are below us. And just for note, one of the things that you'll see some of these counties like Strathcona County, they dropped their rate significantly over the past couple of years, knowing that that's not where their biggest assessment is or where they want to focus. And then for some like Thorhild County significantly jumped their farmland rate because that is where they get most of their revenue from. Then of course the page 26 is against the local urban municipalities. So while just to kind of go back to page 20, while administration did not put in a recommended tax rate increase, this may be the time that the council wants to discuss that. We have moved to a surplus position in our budgeting, so we are no longer for operations recommending using reserves to offset operations, but we're not at the sustainability place where we're at least covering off our amortization. So a 1% increase of all rates, you would see would be about 150,000. At the bottom of that chart on page 20 in the blue, you would see that a 1% increase to any of those particular categories, you would just cut those numbers in half. So you could use the green column to say what a 1% increase is. Was there any questions on tax rates? Any thoughts that council may want to have in regards to philosophical place with taxes? From a recommendation standpoint, we wouldn't recommend increasing the non-residential tax rate because our number one goal is to attract new business into our municipality. The tax rate is one of the things that a new developer is going to look at. And they're gonna be able to see that if they place their development across a line, their tax rate could be cut in half. So how do we do that, and keep people coming is a concern. Our residential tax, is low, from an administrative perspective. You know, we would recommend moving that up. But from the political perspective, that's, you know, where, I'm gonna defer to council's best judgment on that. You'll see as we go through the service level enhancements as well, what some of the additional requests are based on council's motions throughout the year. So we can have some general discussion now, or we can come back to that once we get through all our service enhancements.
Okay, so last year we covered the no fault fire. You should not be the same thing for 26.
So we raised that rate by, I believe it was 1% last year to cover the default.
That 1% fire, 1%.
Yes, so, how are we doing?
So we added that to base. So
That's-
unless we're in deficit, we don't need to add it.
Yes, we don't recommend adding it again.
So our costs are under the average of the previous 2 years.
So we're not in deficit.
So, yes, so we don't recommend increasing it for that particular purpose.
So it still would be 1%.
It's in the base, there would be not enough with everything.
Not much at all.
Yeah, there wouldn't be any additional increases above this 2% inflation that is needed to cover off the fire bill.
Well, I have a question for you, page 21, look at Smoky Lake, they did a 4-year fixed rate of 5.775. How does that affect them now? Because in 25, they dropped. What do you think of projection in your opinion? But so is that a smart thing? Because even like their land, they did their farmland, they did a 3-year, 2-year fix and a 3-year fix again.
So, my recommendation would not have been to do that. And, the rationale, so Smoky Lake has the benefit of having a natural gas system that is
Yeah.
revenue positive. Our utility systems are in deficit positions because our rates can't, as we increase our rates, we're gonna drive away our customers. So they have the benefit of having that. I don't recommend reducing a rate unless you're increasing another one to offset that, because it's increasingly more difficult to increase those rates on the road. So if we were to drop the rate by 2%, but we needed that money in 2 years' time, we're gonna have to increase it by, you know, 4% just to get back to zero. So a steady increase in rates is recommended to get the municipality into that comparable position. And in fact, we should be, now this is from the overall economical standpoint, we should be having higher rates than some of these counties like Sturgeon and Strathcona, Smoky Lake and Thornhill. Because Smoky Lake and Thornhill both have natural gas systems that they can take that money and put it back into general operations. We don't. And so we should be having our rates slightly higher. But again, from a political standpoint, that's not always going to happen. So I guess sort of theoretical standpoint, we should have it up there. Politically, we may not.
Well, and that's the reason why I asked is because if you look at the residential rate at 5.75 and they dropped it to 5.38, and then you go over to their farmland, they went from 1.2 or 12.875 to 13.275. All they did was move 4% from there to there.
Yes. Yeah, so they changed the mix of taxes. So, it's probably the same people that are getting it, you know, so it might be that farm owner, producer might have 3 or 4, you know, sections, and they're going, well, let's not charge the residential person, let's charge
Let's
the.
get the farmland.
So let's say the farm, so.
But our farmland rates are kind of, you know, they're a little bit down too, right? That's where some of these guys are making it.
So, and this is part of where we need to set a philosophy as well as to who we're gonna tax, what's that mix. So this is the general dollar. So yeah, there's 2 places where we can have this discussion. We can have this now. The council wants to show some increases. We can also have it kind of at the limit of operations to be able to say if there's any increases or decreases, what percent we want to see. So, and then the final place where we have that discussion is in the spring, once we get our assessment. So is there any general impressions that council would like to see us bring back some analysis on? You know, is the thoughts of raising our residential rate? Does that sit well with council? And if so, what amount would council be comfortable?
I think we all have to do with moving forward, how do we offset our non-residential so that we come down into comparison with the rest of the neighboring counties that want, so that we have people that will actually come and build here.
Be competitive.
Well, we're
The
at
rest
3, and the rest of them are at 10 and 11
Yeah,
or less. So, I mean, at some point in time, we have to compare to them. We're 9 points higher than they are.
yep. Well, and that's big time, right? Well, if we wanna move forward, right?
You know, we go and spend the money and do the work to get a water.
And we get nobody interested, right?
What are we doing for? We're gonna put a 45 or put a 90-degree bend on it, send it to Strathclyde.
Unfortunately, as I indicated, and as Mr. Olson has communicated, significant increase in interest when we got our license. And I'll say it a third time today, now that we have averted an appeal, I think that that will renew that interest even more. I'm sure that Mr. Olson is already spinning the dial.
It's our ratio now for highest to lowest.
For tax rates, we have a 4.
I see the 5-to-1 ratio, the rest of that, and you say we're at 5.8, we're 4.3.
It's 4.81. On the spreadsheet from last year.
Because the deadline for that is over, right? I thought there was a deadline.
Yes, everybody had to be below that, and that was mostly for how long we've never exceeded them. So just doing some quick math, I would say 6. Two, 3, just doing some really fast. So we're bringing that down, and that is encouraging to developers. So part of it is bringing our non-res rate down is going to be tough at this point because of our taxes, 19 million of that is from non-res. But bringing that res up will help. And then we could slowly bring that 19 down as well. The tax incentive policy or tax incentive bylaw is very helpful on that. And Mr. Olson will talk about that as well, and how there's interest in that. We get a number of questions from the developers on how that's going to work. We've allowed more in our bylaw than some of our neighbors have. So, like Strathcona is a phased approach. Sturgeon is focusing more on data centers as opposed to farm, like farm related.
Value-added agriculture.
Value-added agricultural, thank you, so. And so, yeah, so again, going back to the green column, if we, per percentage, that would be what we would see being added in. From a dollar value perspective. So if we increase residential by 1%, we get another 30,000. And so we're not going to be able to buy ourselves out of a deficit by increasing our residential rate, but it does help us get there. You know, any reductions in any of those other rates, or you know, farmland is the only one that I would say is not that is different non-residential than the others. Would be where we'd be able to fix that. So just for the for the municipal tax rates comparison, we were at, our ratio in 2024 was 4.83. We haven't updated it for 2025, so 4.83 to 1. So we're under that financial confusion.
Like getting close.
So we could, does council want to maybe, you know, maybe defer this discussion to a little bit more into the further into the day? This is a pretty meaty discussion we can have right at the end of operating.
Where do the school taxes come in between all this?
So the school taxes are on top of these rates. So, so from a resident perspective, this is the money that council has to work with for council operations. The school tax, we keep that separate because we have no control over it. It is a requisition that the union makes, and they give us the rate, they give us the amount that we have to do, and we have to collect it. We get the grief as both councilors and admin, and then we have to pay that direct to the province.
Over 4 million, isn't it? What's the number on that?
It,
I thought it's been 4.7 million. No, I paid $2,700.
I can tell you what we budgeted here, that is on page. No, yeah, 4.2 million is what we're paying in education taxes. So that's added on top of those rates.
You gotta remember, there's rates in here too that we don't get set, like your senior foundation. Yeah. They're just about 600,000. The landfill is 290,000. Like.
That's on top of it.
That is on top of, yeah, so that those are,
Full requisitions, we don't get to.
it's money that comes in and goes out just in the same, you know, so the requisition we get for the landfill, for instance, we get it in March. We have to pay it out. We don't collect that money until June. So there's administration in there.
Province gave a $1,500 a year tax break to the people, and then you up the school tax by 11%. They got your hero. You're taking more money from school tax, but really we're just collecting for them. So.
Which makes it look bad for us.
For us, we're the bad ones, and they were good because they got $1,500 a year less taxes. So.
Well, and that's why at the RMA, we had that discussion. That's why they're asking the government, do you go pay your own taxes or collect your own school tax?
That was UMA, not RMA.
No, they didn't. They brought them up. They talked about it too. Yep. They had two municipalities brought it up, and then they made the news with it.
Yeah, it's affecting all municipalities, and when our residents, you know, Councilor Trotsky, that was a great question, because our residents don't look at what the municipality collects, and they don't, and what the education tax collects. They just look at the number that they have to write the check for, and that's part of that downloading that we're being faced with, because if the province increases it another 11% like they did last year, then our residents are paying that. If we absorb it, then we just absorb the province's costs. And it becomes very difficult to continue to be sustainable as a municipality. So I was talking to one municipality that their rate was increased by 30%. And they found they had a 10% increase in assessment. So their education taxes went up 40%. And it was an urban municipality, but still like that, they had to then go to their residents and say, yeah, by the way, your tax bill is going up 40% on this line. We have nothing we can do about it.
So, of course, the next day and a half, Walker will be presenting a list on these expenses. Lamont County, and then as we get to the end, you will see the implications of potentially of the other envelopes, landfill, seniors. Yeah.
Library.
The
Yeah, so.
seniors was over 900 grand, and then we went there, and we're down to, what, under 700 now. Yeah.
Yeah, so these are some of the big decisions that the council's gonna have to set as we bid. As we set those rates. So what I'm kind of hearing and feeling is that we may want to increase some of the rates. We'll just take it as we go, seeing what's there.
Well, it's gonna be a matter of how much we need. Yeah, again, we use that for.
Yeah. So
One of the levers you have, who's in charge of figuring that.
yeah, exactly. So that's a great segue, Mr. Bernowski. So to the next line. So moving on to page 27 of our packet. The other lever that we have is what fees are we charging to our residents? And so when we start thinking about even when we start thinking about revenue, we talked about two things. Are we subsidizing it from taxes, which everybody pays into, or are we moving to specific things like user fees and having specific users pay for the services that they're using? And those become, again, philosophical discussions. So what happened with these fees and charges that we're presenting, there was very minimal changes that's being presented in this particular budget. As the three councillors that were here in the last term will remember, council has spent a significant amount of time talking about fees and charges. We've done some adjustments to the bylaw throughout the year, and there's not a lot of significant changes that administration is proposing. There are two things that came out of the August meetings, and just some notes that the approach in construction deposits, there was a need to adjust the fact that our bylaw said plus GST, that it's a deposit, so we wouldn't collect GST on the deposits. So there's that change in there. And then in finance, there was a discussion, and we'll see that as we go through the service enhancements, that there's a recommendation to go to an external provider for tax certificates, and that council wanted to absorb part of the fee. So we were changing that be down to $50 plus GST, down to $25 plus GST. And then the people using those tax certificates would pay a fee to the service provider, excuse me, of $25. And then as well, water rates, we are going to be
Just a second, that approach, fee for 7,500, that's just that's not an agricultural approach.
that is no, that is a regular subdivision approach.
So if you do agriculture, what's the deposit again on that? Really bad on it?
Where is that in the?
And that's
That's
refundable as soon as it passes.
that's the 3,500 that we keep in the second row.
Yes, but where do we see it on the?
I believe that under public works.
page 34.
Yes, page
3,500. That 112 meter with boat, 4720. These are the numbers.
yes. And then, so what that was is instead of cashing those checks, council made the change to have that those security deposits would be provided in the form of a check, but they would not be deposited, would be held for 6 months.
Clear that the owner retains the responsibility to put in the approach and the deposit ensures that it's done.
And we will be, we'll be talking water rates in a separate item. So that those changes will be reflected back in these fees and charges. So
So it's safe to say that in 2024, in planning the 2025 budget, we revisited a significant comparison to some comparable municipalities. Newburgh and
Beaver, I believe.
anyway, there's two that were sort of bookends, and there were few, if any, recommended changes other than where we were deficient. So we're not really recommending any changes of significance this year. We think we remain in a good range unless councilors believe there are fees that should increase.
Increase and or decreases.
You were saying, Dale, about overload permits.
Yeah, well,
That would be page 33.
what, sorry?
33.
They just moved the track out into PFRA dugout. They went twice the distance, and track owner was $35, and I think it was $175 for half the distance, actually, three-quarters of a mile off the highway, and out there they went 3 miles.
Does council have a recommendation of where we would like these changes to go?
I thought we did the equipment moves, we're down under $200.
Yeah, $75.
Yeah,
And
so
a single overweight load, $75.
where do you see that, Aaron?
Page 33 under road data.
Yeah, but that's overweight load. But equipment move in and equipment move out is $225. They moved that track, well, he had enough wheels, he wasn't over, but it was, you gotta pay, so you got a demo that's $450.
That's
No, it's right up top too, multiple legal loads right up top, right under road data services. As well, yeah.
I thought we moved that down. I thought it was under $150.
Yeah, I know we kept the drilling rate going,
Yeah.
75, I remember that, but yeah, the multiple legal loads, I thought we did go way lower.
But yeah, considering you can move a service rate for $150, but all of a sudden, Traco's gonna cost you $225. Right?
Well, the one company, even, one of the plants moved the cat in, because one broke down, it was $225 to bring the cat in, cat out, and then the cat fixed, so they said $1,000 went just to move equipment half a mile off the highway and road, they got a road lease agreement for it, so.
Was that have all been on one day?
No, probably.
Well, I wonder if they were using the right code, because if it's a single load, they should have used the same overweight loads category, because if they're within weight, they should not need a permit, is that correct?
Yeah.
So if they're within weight and they have the appropriate number of wheels, they shouldn't have needed to
No, but we still charge that a multiple legal loads. So
But
you
if
get legal-
that's for like a big move, that's multiple
Oh,
trucks coming through there.
So you just moved the track here, 2 weeks ago and you got around two hundred and some dollars and then Cottage Strathcona is triple the distance, it's $35.
So, to me, it sounds like you may have used the wrong category and wrote data, so.
yeah, it might have been, cause we have a lady that's, or a new landowner that's south of Mundare there. They're cleaning up a bunch of property. I know they've got 2 big cats and 2 hoes in each field and they're moving them, so I'm wondering what they're getting charged for. Cause that's multiple legal loads. But are they getting 225? Could, like, see what I mean, is, so they bring a hoe in the morning and then they bring a cat in the afternoon and the next day they'll bring another cat in or another hoe in. Is that all included? Like, and that should be, really, we should be down around the $75 mark for multiple loads.
Yeah.
So I think that this would be better discussed if we can get some more information. Yeah, exactly. Put it on the parking lot.
Yeah.
And because it looks like there is there. Yeah, we got the left hander.
Yeah, you're gonna smear it all the way along the paper.
The legal can't favor the legal loads and road data. Road legal load road data.
Good thing, though.
There you go.
Smear on it, yeah.
And it's straight.
So I don't know if we want, or I don't feel that council wants to reduce the multiple legal loads, because that's a rig move. But it's more along that single overweight or single underweight.
Yeah,
loads.
change the wording there.
Yeah, so, because it doesn't make sense, yeah, Garby, correct me if I'm wrong, if you're coming in with a legal load, you shouldn't need a permit if it's just a single load.
But see, and that's where it should be worded different, because we have drilling rig well site inspections, which are equipment in and equipment out, that's same as if you're drilling. That's still 225, right?
So,
So.
yeah, we'll bring that back
This
as,
is that might.
yeah, so,
We're
And maybe multiple construction equipment.
yeah,
and is that $75 mark for that, is that reasonable for that type of use?
we're still a little bit high, like you said, Strathcona is 35, but I think if you go, I know if you go to Athabasca. County, I think they're at 80.
Okay.
It's somewhere around there.
So we'll bring that back. I think we've captured enough to get that. So, okay. So any other concerns on fees or charges? Again, this bylaw will be brought back on December 16th for approval. So when we do these, fees and charges must be by bylaw. It's a bylaw that can be done 3 readings all in the same city. There's no advertising requirement for it. So that you'll see that bylaw coming out. December 16th.
We want to address the snow plowing at this time or not? There was a comparison amongst different counties.
That's page 34.
Yeah.
Yeah, like yeah, 34.
Yes, that's private. So,
Regular medical flag senior. Yeah. Well, you got billed 195 in, 195 out, and Strathcona for, he went out of 3/4 of a mile, Strathcona was over 3 miles, was $35 each way.
Rates for these fronts, medical and regular, when did these rates jump up to 125, 100, 200?
22.
Medical used to be free. And the senior was 100. Then that one year we decided 200 for senior and 100.
So part of this is the philosophy of, we are providing a service to individuals that, that we're also competing with private companies that could provide this service as well. Part of that philosophy when we did increase the rate was it was cheaper for a resident to have the county do it than it was for them to start their own tractor to do it. And that was the comments we were hearing from residents.
So we got here, Denver County is free for everyone, St. Paul County, 300 for seasonal flag, $50 for clearing. Senior medical, no charge, Sturgeon County, $110. County of Westlock, a flag is $31.50. County of Camrose, a flag is $60. Athabasca County, $200 for the season, no charge in churches, halls, cemeteries, or recognized water accesses for the fire department. Fulton County, $89 per half hour. That's the comparison that I got given to me. Beaver County, $150 an hour, minimum half an hour. Senior medical, $6 free per season, up to 30 minutes. That's County Beaver.
Just to add to Rodney's recall. It was the decision of council that where an individual gets a benefit rather than the whole county getting a benefit, the individual should pay. Everybody is the opposite. Decision from council was that everyone would pay for everyone provided no fault. In this instance, an individual gets the benefit, therefore they pay. This was a decision of council.
Similar to dust control.
What amount of dollars do we get from all this, from the flag system or anything? Does anybody have any kind of idea? And the other comment I got is medical, senior medical. Stated that this started way back when I was in Public Works. And this is for usually people that have home care or nurses coming in the yard. And I'll tell you, during my days, I pulled out and rescued a number of these ladies that are doing, ladies and gentlemen doing this. And now why we're charging the people for them to get medical services to their yard instead of them going to the hospital and tying up hospital beds or anything and stuff on it. Excuse me, I lose my voice and stuff on there. So that's the concern I got. We're charging these people. And now the seniors, the same thing. They paid into this county for how many years in taxes and stuff on there. We're putting in a cost for them also. I've got a concern with that.
You'll notice that for the medical and for the senior, it's once a year charge, and for the regular flags, it's for each flag. This is totally within council's purview to address. Obviously, if you change the revenue side, it'll have an impact on the expense. So what kind of revenues do you have?
So coming along right now, so they got off the internet, 125 for residential, 200 senior for medical issue or season, 1 flag driveway cleared only, 4 flags for agricultural purpose, or 5 flags, both driveway and agricultural purposes. That's what we got right now.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's on the top page 34.
Page 30.
So the only thing that's kind of off on yours there is it says seniors for medical purposes or issues. It's not 200, it's actually 100, and that's a year. So that's kind of the only misrepresentation on that site.
So what was the revenue that we actually made off of these flags?
Bear with me,
Okay.
I am scrolling through the report right now and doing math on the fly.
Maybe it's not a lot.
The only issue we had, I think the reason why we had it was because there was people that were, your parents are there on the property and they're medical, but they come in as a medical because the other house that's on the property, and we have dual residents. They were saying, get the driveway done, so they didn't have to fire a tractor to do it. You get mom and dad, get a medical report, and then your driveways are all taken care of, right? And they're unique. Yeah. And it wasn't just directly, we had them where they were going in and then they could get plowing past to the barn, or could you get one of the propane tank, cause the propane truck's coming, and like there was quite a bit of.
Well, I can't imagine.
Oh no, we were losing again back then.
It's money at this. But we're doing it for $8 people, right?
The senior medical, 1 year is $8,000.
Yeah, so just in 2025, we collected $23,973
That's for all three.
for all three categories.
They only got 2 tractors with blades and operators driving all over the town.
So for that,
Remember Rodney's comment, what we needed to do was at least put this at a level where people would choose between us and a private supplier.
yes, so, and I think at this point, we're still, for $125, for each driveway, we're losing money. Like if you look at a road builder rate for a tractor and a blade, that would probably easily be $250 to $300 an hour. So, at that, if it's 125 and they take half an hour to do it, we might be close to.
Well, and one of the reasons was too, was we only have 2 tractors that we're doing with. And so it gives them, make them not just get somebody else come and do a little quicker, because I mean, to do the whole county, we were getting service requests where we were getting, why aren't you here, what's going on, and like, it looked bad on us because we couldn't get her quick enough, and that was in a snow event too, we had a lot of snow that year. And that's included, but the thing is when you only have a certain amount of manpower, it takes a little bit of wire, yeah, you only got 2 tractors, right?
As they get older, they expect it done within the next day.
Yeah.
But our policy states that that's priority 4, I believe, or 5 or 6, so priority 5 or 6, so there's, like, we're clearing bus routes, we're clearing arterial roads, we're, doing a number of things. Long before our policy states that we would be doing that, we do have 2 tractors and operators that are doing it ahead of that, so we're providing a service that could be done by private industry. Whether it should or not that's a full discussion. But so we are doing it ahead, and we were getting complaints that we weren't doing it fast enough. But that's always going to be that the residents' needs and the resources available to do those needs are always going to be in conflict. So would council like more of a fulsome report on this, or do we want to bring these costs up, down, whichever direction at this point? It's, completely up to the will of council. And do you know how many hours you think that our operators are spending on this?
With our 2 tractors, these usually get everything done.
4 days, so 4 days per snowfall event.
40 hours. Yeah. For snowfall, yeah.
I would like to see it change to 3 for medical and 100 for senior.
And that's exactly what I just wrote here too.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what I was thinking, like, some of them need it, they have to have it, so.
And I mean, I can see that with the regular flags at 125, I mean.
Yeah.
We do snow clearing ourselves, like our finance company. You, for $125.
You're not doing that for $125.
No,
No,
your minimum charge is $100 at the lead.
Okay. Just to roll over there, and then you got an hour of cleaning, right?
So.
So the thing that councilors may want to consider is, do we want to be taking this business away from other private suppliers?
It depends where you live. If you live around Madera, you live around Lamont, there are private guys. If you're in the northeast part of the county, there's nobody there. There's even south there.
So when you fly 1 flag with the county, they clear the driveway only. 4 flags, agriculture purposes, grain bin.
Yeah.
5 flags can be your driveway and your agricultural purposes, your bin, your bale yard, or whatever. If you got with 1 flag, you don't get your whole yard done, well.
No, in and out.
One flag is, we're going from the road to your house or to your garage.
That's what it says here, and then if you want, to the bins and stuff, it's 4 flags, and you want the driveway and the bins, 5 flags.
Just keep adding up the flags. As well.
Well, it's in,
Yeah.
well, you can spend hours, I do 11 driveways and.
Yeah.
So come quick, some you're there for a couple hours.
But yeah, you can fire a grader in there, I mean, it could be an hour with a grader, right?
Well, and one of the things that these guys, we didn't factor in there is the guys that go, they get the requests sent to them. We go in and do an assessment before, so there's a guy going out to make sure that there's no power line, cause we had the guy strung power line over the driveway. Didn't let the guy know, so he almost clipped it with a tractor. Our insurance and stuff like that would be astronomical. So. I mean, $125, that's pretty darn cheap. I'd like to see medical drop to nothing and senior to 100.
Yeah.
But that's still, that provides a service, at least, you know.
You do a lot of the medical, they're paying taxes for 60 years.
Yeah.
How many were on the list, medical and seniors last year? You can bring that to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be probably, a lot of the time is spent road.
Yeah, that's all.
Do you have the information as to how much the differences are back at the office? Like how many medical flags we have, how many seniors? Okay, so, yeah, let's park that till later on in the.
Some more information. It's not like we're making big ones.
So you can just listen up.
So we still got to cover our costs.
Yeah, so there will be an effect on the service levels and the revenue, so we do have to record that. So, okay, any other charges that we have any concerns with? Yeah,
So maybe you have another question. You know, I thought at one time we kind of had I don't know if it was a written policy, but every conforms to the current standards. Remember, we need to widen driveways, no cars. On the late fall, we won't cut up all your other work to do that. We don't do that anymore, right?
no.
We, under our current policies, we provide the first approach. We don't do any work on private land.
So. You build new road or.
Or if you subdivide, then it's the person subdividing, you go approach parcel. If your quarter section is fragmented by creek, you will provide an approach to each fragmented parcel. Any approach over the first section, and where any work on private land is up for.
That's essentially correcting work that should have been done in the past when that was original.
I didn't think we were going to approach it anymore.
No,
We're under our policies, we provide the first approach. So there are a couple out there still, allowing approaches that any approach to the quarter will go. So that's what our policy says. Anything over and above that is to pay for.
what we stopped doing was building approaches for subdivisions. So we used to build for subdivisions.
So we build an approach, we supply the work, the material, the culvert and everything?
Yeah. So we would provide the first approach or a second if it's fragmented by a creek or ravine, yeah, anything natural.
So they're driving through the ditch and we saw the corner of land, they should have their own approach.
If a farmer driving through, we can't force them, but a lot of the times they're driving over a hill, there's no actual approach. The new landowner comes in and that's not where they want it. Policy says we'll provide the first approach. A lot of the times we're trying to find a location where we don't need to put in a culvert, try to build it at the top of the hill. It's the most convenient place for a farmer because they don't want to be driving into a wet spot anyways.
What we were doing when was, out in the road is a lot of, equipment started getting bigger and bigger over the years, so mainly the yard driveways wasn't the ones we looked at, it was the ones to the field accesses that would upgrade if we had time in the fall time, we're upgrading them, widening them. As I think the policy says a 7-meter driveway or 10-meter driveway.
So
The minimum is 7 and 9, and then 10 and 12.
Yeah.
And I believe council a couple of years ago took that out of policy.
Now it's just a refundable deposit.
Yes, and then the resident farmers. Yeah, and that's that section at the bottom of page 34. So just the rest of that, there is the building permit fees that were talked about previously in regards to the last RFP in closed session. So that's the remaining pages of fees and charges. And it looks like we put the bylaw in there. Oh, the old bylaw is in there in page 45. So we are moving now on to page 61 of our package. We can probably get through this in the last 5 minutes here before lunch. This is the parking lot items that came from the August session with council. So the items that were put on there was a question around regional waste collection transfer stations. If the county should be involved in building those. Some hamlet concerns, what are we doing with the beautification of hamlets and our work there. There was discussion around the ERP. That was discussed at the last meeting. There is a business case for that in this package. The residential land tax rate, whether there's a new subcategory. Again, there is also a business case for that. Acquisition of oil for dust abatement, that was an item that was brought forward. There is no business case for that one in here. Council can discuss it, or we can leave it in the parking lot and discuss it throughout the year. So, is there anything that the council recalls that was not that should be on the parking lot? Anything that the fact that we did not bring forward business cases for regional waste or the hamlet concerns, is there any concern with that? Does council want to leave them on the parking lot? We'll put it back here and just discuss it throughout the year.
Just for a little editorial on it, I recall the discussion on regional waste collection transfer stations had to do with, is there utility in us having transfer stations other than in St. Michael? And it also had to do with whether or not there was an opportunity in the fullness of time for waste from these transfer stations to go somewhere other than the St. Michael landfill. This is not a by the end of December kind of an initiative. This would be something the council would expect us to do. And unfortunately, many of the cards are held by the landfill commission, where we have only one vote. If I'm recalling correctly. As far as the hamlet concerns, we've been cleaning weeds and trees based on available time, and we'll be undertaking herbicide application wherever possible in the hamlets. Darby, do you have any activity in the hamlets other than sign replacement and the occasional road maintenance?
We did some road work in, start of 2025. We do have some drainage plan 26 in Hilliard.
And we have some properties that were collected through tax collection or tax recovery, and those properties are the ones that council put up for sale, and we're getting sales on them, so that cost will actually get reduced as well for the fact that people will not be owning those as opposed to the county.
State money also on all of those places, right?
Yeah, we have sold some of those in Wascog, so that'll help reduce some of the work that the county will have to do.
What about the property with the west?
We still do not own that property. That property, they've been paying the taxes. So, yeah, I believe so. So,
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It was nice to see the basement was straightened out. Good job.
Stepping on the Mr. Lamont, reinforces that it was 2 years ago, that on doing proactive work with the analysts, and that it's a bit of a work in progress, but we do have to review with others specifically on the analyst program. I guess one of the questions that was raised at RMA was whether or not there would be funds allocated towards analysts. And much to my surprise, it was a first of all, yeah.
Well, they did have funding for paving the hamlets, that's why St. Michael's done part of it, and then Hilliard has done part of it over the years and stuff on there, so. I think if there's anything now.
no, they've wrapped that into the local government fiscal framework, the LGFF funding. Used to be specific hamlet paving, but they're trying to wrap all that into one main capital and operating grant. So that we have access to use that money. We've been using that LGFF funding mostly for buying capital assets, graders, fire trucks, those kinds of things. It is 11:59. This council want before the next part is getting into the operating business cases, so we'll probably have a half an hour or so discussion. So council will be a good time to rotate or recess at this point. So.
Yeah.
Great. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion to come or take a recess.
You can just declare.
Okay, declare a recess at noon. Reconvene at 12:30.
Lamont?
Welcome back, everybody. 12:33, welcome back. We'll proceed with service enhancements, part of our budget deliberations.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. So we are on page 63 of the agenda package. And so this is where the changes to our operations gets recorded. So you're going to see that there are a number of business cases attached to this. And we'll go through all of the business cases at this point, and then we can discuss them as they come through the different departments. And so this is going to be a bit where we are going to be flipping back and forth a little bit. And so as well, there was a discussion that we're going to talk a little bit later about the water price. And there is some information that the water rate was increased by 2 cents per cube. It'll be effective January 1st, 2026 from our provider. Current rate is $1.86, and so they'll be increasing to $1.88. The items on here that you'll see, these are all increases to the requirement from taxes. So you can talk about this as being a subsidy from property taxes or an addition. So we will be adding one from a previous discussion for a fiscal consideration, and we'll be reducing our expenses by 80,000 for that. And we can just record that one under Office of the CAO.
That was resulting from the discussion we had in closed session earlier today.
So once we get that down to the end of this and we start doing the voting, then we'll bring that up on camera so council can look at it. So we're going to then go through. I'm going to go through these really quickly, and then we'll come back to them as we go department by department. So finance, this is a item that was discussed in August in regards to having a third-party provider providing tax certificates on demand. So there is a charge to this provider doing it. Council at the time suggested that the taxes absorb the cost of that, and that there be no increase in revenue. We'll have the tax rate discussion. We've done it a little bit at the beginning. We'll discuss it again at the end. And then there's one for the residential land tax assessment subclass. This was brought up by Councillor Royce in August in regards to, do we have a subclass for people who have recreational land that is all being charged residential taxes. There is a business case in regards to full-time daytime fire crews. Those meet goals 2, 4, and 6. There's a variety of different options the council can go to, so we did not put a amount in the column there. The recommendation to have an additional community peace officer, that is a $90,000 addition. That is to help with some succession planning. Public work.
That's the 1 year.
That is a 1 year requirement. That's correct. Public works, we will have the snow flag discussion there, the change in cost. So the staff at Public Works were able to pull that information. That would be an increase or a decrease of revenue of $12,600. $11,600. So there'll be an additional draw on taxes of $11,600 if we reduce those costs. Increase to water rates. That again will be left blank. There's going to be some options that the council has to ponder and deliberate. There was no business cases for FCSS. Planning and Development has one in regards to, doing some land use bylaw amendments to support tourism. There's 50,000 consulting fees that are proposed there. With the AFE department, has a proposal for a livestock emergency plan, and that's 28,000. And then there was an item in here for council's information. The Alberta Hub increase to the annual fees. So there is no dollar value in here. That was already included in the base budget. But if council chooses not to pursue the Alberta Hub, then we would have a reduction to expense.
So you said, land use bylaw of 50 grand?
That's correct. So we'll go through those business cases as we go through the department. I'm just giving you the overall difference. So there is a full business case in here. I'm sure council's had the opportunity to read through some of those. So with these enhancements that are listed, there currently is a surplus coming forward of $208,000. But that'll be adjusted for these items that we just put in there, and as well as council discussion. So just for the new councilors reference, we'll go through these and we'll mark them red, yellow, and green on what council chooses to do, and then we'll be able to have these will be the amendments to the operating budget from what is presented. And this is where all of the amendments will be listed. So anything that council chooses to adjust will be put here, as well as these recommendations.
So all of these business cases that Rodney's just referenced are on page 65.
That's correct. So yes, and walk through the business cases that are attached with them. Briefly. So any general questions on the business cases? Does council want to look at these business cases all at once now, or do we want to, are you comfortable with looking at them as we go through the departments?
The way we've dealt with it in the past is that gone through the departments, hit these, and then at the end, once you've had an opportunity to hear about all of them, we then go back and evaluate them right.
Well, I think that's
fully.
I think that's our best, we do the same way we did before.
okay. So that sounds great. So we may want to keep page 65 up so that we can make notes on it. But we will move to page 92, and we'll start getting into the department budget. So, and then these are most of these are in number order of the budget for the general ledger number. No particular importance order, but we'll go through each of these pages. So what you'll see if we go to page 92, there's a cover sheet with some notes for each page. The second one then is the multi-year operating budget, requirement of the MGA to have the coming year budget plus 3 years. And then you'll see the detailed budget, so the line by line. And then lastly, there is the 2025 year to date up to October, because we don't have all of November's information reconciled yet at the time we were printing these packages. So just for council's note, as we start page 92, that is council, but functions of council. So this includes the cost for governance. You'll notice that in 2025, there was $25,000 that was budgeted for training. This has been removed for the next 3 years. And that was in contracted and general services, went from 69,000 in 25 down to 44,000 in 26 to 28. And then the breakdown on page 95, you'll see where those individual lines are budgeted to match that 3-year forecast. And then the actual spellers, page 96. Any questions or concerns on Department 11? Okay, Department 12, page 97. So this is the revenue and expenses for the,
If you could. You'll see that the travel is quite a little. If you have more opportunities to make your expenses. We see the new customers are not that far away, so if you all do make you please submit your expenses for me.
thank you. Great plug for the department. So Department 12 is the revenue expenses for the general operations of the municipality, so your tax revenue and your penalties, as well as the Office of CIO corporate services, including finance, HR, payroll, safety, and IT. So again, the no clay levy revenue was reduced to $1. We're gonna see that in reality, it's gonna be significantly higher. We just don't have any history to be able to put a good revenue budget in there. It's best to be conservative on your revenues and slightly and slightly more aggressive on your expenses if that's the to make sure that council has that approved budget. One of the things that council can be held personally liable for is if expenses are approved that are not in budget. One of the things that we'll note that tax penalties in 2025 are higher than budget. But we've been given notice that 2 of the oil companies that are in that unpaid oil and gas will be going to the Orphan Well Fund and no longer collectible. So as we get those final reports from the court and from the Orphan Well Fund, then we'll be writing those off with council's approval. As discussed earlier, the police funding model is under review, so we have not made any changes to the budget. We anticipate it being fairly close to what it was last year or coming in March, as we haven't heard anything. Election costs have been reduced from the 2025 amounts. A contingency of 5,000 remains in the event that any type of by-election is needed, or any type of call, questions to the electors. So you'll see on page 99, the 4-year plan. With in the summary lines, you'll see on page 100 to 102, the detailed line by line budget. And then the 103, the actuals for 2025. Questions, concerns? Okay. If not, we can move on to Department 23, the fire operating. Oh, actually, sorry. The business cases, so that the third party provider of certificates on demand. So I am gonna have you guys flip back and forth a little bit in your package. This particular one is on page 67 of the package. And Peter's rolling up his sleeves on this one. So, this was brought forward in the August budget committee meetings. So starting on page 66 and on 67, what was brought forward is at the GFOA conference in Lethbridge this year. There's a new vendor they're called Dye & Durham, and they're a company that provides tax certificates on demand through an online program. So essentially what this does is this increases the efficiency that people who require tax certificates are able to get it because they're able to go online. It takes about 2 minutes for them to do the online program. It does tie in with our current provider. This company takes the payments, does the work, and provides a payment back to the municipality for that service. So they charge an additional $25 on top of the county's tax certificate costs. We are currently charging $52.50 to provide the service. So what a tax certificate is used for is when lawyers and or banks want to know what the outstanding taxes are on a property. And so they're able to do this for when you're selling a property that, how it's divvied up between the old owners and the new owners. As well as if a bank has a mortgage on a company, they want to make sure that they're being paid so that that property isn't lost in the tax recovery process. So in August, the previous council had suggested that it would be best to not increase the charges to our users of this, but to absorb the difference if we were to go with this service. So you'll see that in the blue writing on the top of page 67. So that was an amendment to the schedule of fees that was previously discussed this morning. So we would be changing that from $50 to $25. And it would be a reduction of $9,300 in yearly revenues. Any questions on this particular business case?
Somebody purchases this tax, they die in company. 52, if you keep 25 and remit the rest to us.
Absolutely, that's correct. And it's it'll be a savings of time on our staff here. Our staff don't have we don't have the number of staff that do this instantaneously for our residents. But this particular company has built a system that does have that instantaneous access. It's a programming add-on that they've been able to do to make them with it.
So on page 68, it shows a net revenue loss of 93.
We can come back. Well, we will come back to that to vote on that. So the next one is the residential land tax assessment subclass. So this was one of the items that came forward from the parking lot. This was brought forward that Strathcona County and some of our other neighbors had a residential or a recreational levy on there that reduced the taxes. So we were able to do some research, and so this is added since August 18th. So do some research on what some of our neighboring municipalities were. There's two options that council has, and what most of these other municipalities are doing is it's actually not a reduction of taxes, but an increased levy on taxes. So they're doing a recreational levy so that they can collect funds to build recreational facilities. The concern was that we have residents that have an $11,000 tax bill, and so I pulled the one that we're discussing. This particular person has a residential improved site, so they have a quarter of land, 80 acres of land. That 80 acres they purchased for just under $440,000. So that was the land value that was on their tax notice. They built a house on that. That house is just over $900,000. That was the cost to build it. And when I discussed it with them, that was the value, and that's what it's assessed at. And that was the value that they paid for it. So unfortunately for this particular resident, they have quite a high assessment of $1.3 million, which they do not challenge. They believe that that is their the value of their property. But they don't get any farmland value out of it because it's all it's all considered residential. So what council has the opportunity to do, we could have a category in a subclass. We would have to go through a process of developing a bylaw. And we could reduce that those type of properties if we wanted to create a new subclass.
Before they bought it, what was the class, agriculture?
It would have been just considered land.
Agriculture.
Yeah, no, it would have been residential unimproved. So a residential vacant.
So what would have it been worth the day before they bought it?
But the market value at the time. So market value is set by what is a willing buyer able to, what is a willing buyer willing to pay to a willing seller? And so as somebody buys a piece of land, a piece of property, they've now set the market value for it. So if the market value of that land was considered $80,000, but they were willing to pay $400,000, they've now set the market value for that type of land. And so got a variety of reasons why. It could be location. It could be that they want to do something else with the land. And we don't really have that control over it. That's set by the assessment rules. So what we can do is we can do a subclass though. So if we want to take a situation where somebody has willingly paid more for land, but doesn't want to pay the taxes on it, we could reduce that. But we'd have to do the process of setting up a bylaw for that. It would be a reduction in revenue for us. What most of the other communities are doing, and you'll see that in the briefing on page 69 and 70, it would be that they're adding money on. So Strathcona has a current levy set at 0.079 for residential and farmland properties for this exact recreation use. So, and then there's
that rate, what did it work out to?
Well, we don't have all of that information from that. That would be additional revenue, not lower revenue. So, and I believe it does not reduce the cost for the resident. It would actually increase the cost. Yeah.
That doesn't sound right.
So no, I believe that the conversation was more about reducing the costs.
So that's in Strathcona.
That's in Strathcona.
So what would that property pay in Beaver or Smoke Daily?
So let's say go to page 72. That's where those rates would be. So we would say that just do some quick math there. Their rate is for $6,200 based on 4.6 versus 4.3. So, well, the request was that do we set up a residential farmland category? And the research says that, or sorry, a recreational farmland category. And the research says that the other municipalities actually are adding to their taxes. not subtract. So, we want to bring this back for council's review. We weren't able to find any good information showing counties reducing their taxes for this. So this could just be as information if council is, so the other options for people who have high tax rates that are only residential group without farmland is that they can appeal their assessment. They can appeal the classes, they can appeal the values, all of that. So, this particular, you could fence your land and put a cow on it, absolutely. So, but, you know, then do they go through the cost of fencing to create lesser taxes? That becomes their personal business case on that. So
Right now, they're paying almost $1,000 a month.
that is correct. They are paying, they have, this particular person, they are paying, $6,500 for the residential, municipal category, 6,300. That's the revenue that the county gets to keep. They're paying for the landfill, $291. And to the school, they're paying $3,880 and $566 to the seniors foundation. So of that, $11,000 that they're paying, about 4,300 of it is going to the school foundation, to the school and seniors foundations. So we don't have a lot of control over that.
So that house is in town, they'd be paying half.
If that house was in town, assessed at $1.3 million, they'd probably be paying closer to double. Look at those rates. 7.1 versus 3.2. Yeah, so they would be paying, they would be paying almost 3 times it. And it really comes down to the fact that they paid for the land at that price and they built a large on it, and they have no concern with the valuation that was provided through assessment. And the whole idea behind the way the assessment rules are put in there is that the assessment rules are set up so that the larger your assessed value is, the more tax you take for the resident.
But that property is worth that kind of money. Here, 88.
Oh, it's much.
It's
No, they bought the farm and
They built up.
Yeah.
Maybe.
They-
23.
yeah.
Well, they just sold a quarter of land right next to us and it was bush and everything too, and they sold a quarter for $445.
Somebody else sold the project.
yes, so
Yeah, Mazers.
yeah.
But yeah, they're just, they sold that.
So the market value is it a willing buyer? Are they on arm's length? That kind of thing. If it's a father selling to his son, and the money's really just going in a circle, it's different. But when it's an arm's length purchaser, we really don't, like, they are setting it. They're saying it's worth. Yeah, so he didn't, yes, absolutely. So yes, paying a lot of money, but a third of that is going away to,
Really, there's municipal tax of $6,500.
yes. So,
Again, on that, school tax rate.
yes,
The rest of
yeah, the school tax, and we have no control over that. Yeah, so. Okay, so, and then the residential, the tax rate discussion, we'll come back to that at the end of all of the operating. So, any questions, any further questions on that? If not, we'll go to Department 23. This is the fire operating budget, and that is on page 106 of your package. And so this department contains the revenue and expenses for regional fire services for the county and municipalities of the development Andrew, Town of Vernon, Village of Chittenden, Town of Lamont, and Town of Mount. So just some of the notes in there, subscription expenses were reduced by consolidating fire management programs. So this is some software costs, resulting in an annual savings of approximately 20,000 once it's fully implemented. And so one of the hard items in this budget is to determine his wages. His wages are based on estimates of call volumes for paid on call. And we can't really determine what fires are gonna be started and how long they're gonna be in the year. So if we look at page 108, you'll see that the 2025 year to dates in there. There was a provincial grant of 1.4 million. That's the fire trucks and such that the capital grants, they flow through the operating statement. Revenue of 104,000. And overall, of a service revenue, donations of 5,000, sale of equipment of 83,000. So revenue overall is $1.7 million. The expenses that we've had this year are $1.4 million. There's on page 110, there is Department 24 as well. So this is the emergency services. This is the regional emergency management agency. I was going to look to see what the name of that is. And so this is the municipalities and our emergency management preparedness. Page 111 shows the detailed budget for these departments. 123, and then page 113 is the 4-year forecast with the 2025 actuals and budget.
Should be noted that the 20,125 includes contributions from the from 4 of the 5.
In both. Just to emphasize.
They were reminded in the past 2 weeks of the need to budget contribution.
Any questions on emergency management? If not, we will go to the business case for the full-time daytime crew. I will have Chief Moore walk through some of this as well. Each 7.
This was one of the recommendations out of the fire services master plan that was presented to City Council last year in May. It had been a business case that has been brought forward annually. Unquestionably, it's a significant amount of money. Chief Moore will talk about how it is becoming even increasingly more difficult to during the daytime. Go ahead, Paul.
Excuse me. Yes. Excuse me. As you can hear, we have signs in the background. We actually are running 2 simultaneous events. We have NBC on Highway 16, and we have a reported apartment fire here in Lamont. So we paged out all 5 stations. 3 stations are unable to supply numbers at this time. So the daytime crews are being stretched to their limits. We did our stats for the end of the month of November today. We are at 367 calls at the end of November, so greater than a call a day. We did 3 calls yesterday, and we're on our 4th call today. So the need continues for daytime response. The ability for members to have a work-life balance and to be able to leave employers is not there. We don't have members that are living and working in the area. A lot of our staff work out of the area, whether it be in the plants or whether it be out of town. So we've created this business case to provide some coverage during our daytime operational hours when crews are unavailable. this business plan is before you for a couple of times over the last couple of years. Again, as I said, the need is not decreasing, the need is actually increasing. And it's a discussion that I think needs to happen, both on our level and as stated, it was recommended in the fire master plan, so. There's several ways that we could implement this. We could start a staggered response where you bring in a couple of members each year over the next couple of years. We could hire a couple of full-time members and supplement that with two daytime full-time seats on an apparatus, which is what we do for the spring duty crew. So you would hire two full-time people as your constant staff, and then we could backfill the daytime staffing with our current POC members. So there's a couple of different ways of looking at this. We also understand that there's discussions on the board with our municipal partners upcoming for 2027 financial equalization of those departments. So I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have on this.
Our council believes it's necessary to preserve intermunicipal harmony. We could go into closed session.
Do we have, how many vacancies do we have for what you want with staff? Like, right now, what are we short?
It's not about the numbers, it's those that are available during the day. And our numbers available during the day are limited. We have so town of Lamont is unable to put an apparatus on the road today, but yet they have 6 of their members that are 1 week in, 1 week out. So if this is a different week, it's a different number. Right now we have a couple of stations that have the ability to put trucks on the road during the day based on their membership, but it's not a direct. You can't just say you needed a number to meet that and you're gonna be able to put a truck on the road all day, every day. So we're currently sitting at 79 staff between the 5 stations.
It's to the point though, you guys, we can't afford all this equipment, and then if you want full-time people, it's either here, we take the whole county and send out public works, send out here and give for there, because
We are following the discipline of presenting what was reflected in the master plan.
yeah, but when I was a kid, I looked at the EC catalog and I never got one in there either, so. It's the same difference. When we took our courts, they said, the guy giving the courts a run, said, we don't, nowhere does it say we have to supply a fire department, which I'm not saying we're ready to fire department, but between equipment and everything else, then
Yeah, it's probably the great price tag, right?
yeah.
And obviously you don't have problems in the evening, right? Everybody's around, right?
Yeah, we have, well, not everybody's around, yeah, because we do have those other team workers that are. And then we do have some shift workers as well, but yeah, our greatest need is daytime. Monday to Friday, yeah.
Yeah, I've even noticed that in your daytime operations is pretty sparse when they do show up, right?
Mr. Lee, could we go into a brief closed session so that we could update council on the discussions we had last Thursday with the CEO committee?
Yeah, I just thought you put that was gonna question that. But yeah, we could have somebody move us into closed session for here.
Section 26.
Closed meeting at to discuss the following items. EIA 726.1.
Yeah, all in favor?
Yeah.
Did you change that time on it? It's actually 13, not.
One moment.
protest, boys.
It is.
Back, everybody, we'll proceed with budget deliberation for. I think we're moving on to community peace officer.
Yes, Mr. Reed, we are. So we are on page 114 of the package. And so this is the community peace officer operating budget. So this department reflects the revenue expenses of the peace officer program. For council's information, the wages of the staff member are included in the general municipal department to protect the privacy of the individual staff member. So on page 115 is the 2025 actuals. And 116 shows the detailed budget for 2026, and 117 has the 3-year forecast. So there is a business case, this is an additional business case for a community peace officer addition. And apologies, but there is a fact to use title. That's exactly why. So yes, succession transition. So that is on page 77. So community peace officer succession. And so looking forward on that, page 77. So Lamont County is looking toward the future with the 2026 operating budget with some succession planning. The current community peace officer is planning on retiring at the end of 2026. So to ensure a seamless transition to a new CPO, an overlap between the current and new CPO is recommended. Our current CPO has a diverse set of responsibility, and Lamont County would be well served by having him current CPO on board prior to a new CPO's. Sorry, having a new CPO on board prior to our existing CPO's departure. The little bit of detail on page 77, what the CPO is doing right now. We do have a vehicle, excess vehicle that was replaced in 2025. So there would be no additional capital cost in bringing on this position. It would provide no lapse in coverage during holidays and illness, increased coverage for Lamont County with potential for expanded hours, 7 days a week with weekends and evenings versus only the current operational time. We'd have a larger area of Lamont County patrolled each day, and our response times to complaints could be improved. So this is a 9-month transition and to allow for training and on-road coaching. We're looking at a total of $90,000 for this particular business case. Any questions?
Any questions or concerns?
Okay, seeing none.
So kind of on the goods and supplies or something that you would have to pay if there was no transition. So it's not really part of this business case, but if you're doing the CPO, you have to put them.
Well, and I think the thing we're gonna do too is include the addition of the commercial vehicle weights and dimensions, of course. We don't currently have that, and gives us the ability to upgrade our CPO's responsibilities to take that on also.
But yeah, we got a brand new set of scales somewhere. $60,000.
Correct.
Now,
But you know where the scales are?
and
Native fires, I'm told they're in a C-cam.
fire a fellow like this, then we can at least use it.
And having those weights and measures, being able to patrol does protect our infrastructure so that the return on it as well is less damage to our infrastructure when they're out on the road. Well, again, we'll be voting on these, at the end of this, so, if no other questions, page 118, the next department is the safety operating budget. So, again, the wages for the staff member are included in general municipal to protect the privacy of the individual staff member. We do have a half-time FTE, as a staff member on this. So this is the revenue expenses for the health and safety program. You will see the 2025 costs there are listed on page 119. The detailed budget on page 120 and the four-year forecast on page 121. There are no business cases for this particular department.
It's important to note that even with 3% increase in water rates, we're still not setting aside adequate dollars for renewal of infrastructure.
Yeah, we'll be getting to that.
Oh, I thought you were there already.
No, there's a little bit ahead. Public Works is actually next. So, your two departments ahead. So the next department is the Public Works operating budget. That is on page 122. So this is the revenue and expenses for road maintenance, drainage, fleet maintenance, and capital projects. Some small contingencies were made for engineering, insurance, and legal to address ad hoc issues. You'll see that contract hauling has only been reduced minimally as a contingency if weather-related delays are seen in the 2026 program. Revenues have increased in 2025 for dust abatement, as that was the first full year of the user pay program. And clay purchases have been reduced due to a low-cost product available. So the four-year forecast is on page 124. You'll see that this is this particular program has a $13.7 million draw on our property taxes. And 2.2 million of amortization. So that is where the largest part of our capital assets go. Page 727 has the actuals for the 2025 year. There are no additional service level requests, enhancements. We did calculate the amount of the reduction of the snow plow flags, and that is 11,600. So that will go on the summary of service level enhancements as an increased draw on taxes of 11,600. Being none, the next page is where Mr. Karnowski was wanting us to be. So with the water operating budget. So this is the revenues and expenses for the operating the potable water distribution system, including the truck fills in Heartland and Hilliard, along with locations near the town of Lamont and in the hamlet of St. Michael. So labor is split between a contract operator and a part-time staff operator. Again, wages are not budgeted in this area to protect the privacy of the individual staff member. So the four-year forecast, so on page 131, as Mr. Krause was pointing out, there is a draw on the taxes of including amortization of 166,000. Not including amortization would be 350,000. And that is shown on page 133. The actuals again for 2025 are on page 134 and 135. So there is a business case for increasing water rates. Was left blank on this particular page for council's discussion. And I gotta learn to not lose my page. Page 79 is a spreadsheet with some recommendations on water. And so you'll see what the 2025 actual revenue is. And some various increases, whether it's 2%, 3%, so forth. So at this particular point, administration is recommending the 3% increase to the water rates. But again, this is a council discussion where council would like to see those rates. So even with the an increase of 3% to those rates, that would be a $339,000 deficit being forecasted in this budget. And you'll see the comparisons below in that box at the very bottom, what the overall rates have been increased. And for the new councilors, information that 20% increase to water rates in the 2025 year was due to a significant jump in rates from the Water Commission. And
This doesn't factor in the 2 cents yet on top that we're getting
no, that 2 cents came in
after this.
after this was prepared and proposed.
So the water rate is up 1%.
Yeah.
And Mr. Boyko was recommending 3% for power price. I sometimes appreciate Mr. Norton's sense of humor because by showing the 20% increase on the far right, it shows that it still doesn't make a dent in the deficit. So we're in a long-term, we're gonna have to take a long-term strategy to address this unless we have windfall.
And this discussion has been the same 15 years.
But the problem that goes with this is that as we increase those rates, some of our customers will choose, like the truck fill customers will choose to go elsewhere for that water. So it's a tough balance that how do we recover our costs? The best way to recover those costs would be through volume. Increasing the rates dramatically is not gonna get us volume, but we still need to be starting to get closer. So this is a subsidy for specific users of our system. Like we have the taxes as a whole is subsidizing individual users.
Who's getting, I mean, what's the expenses? St. Michael's costing us lots of money, that pipeline. And upkeep in that end, right?
Yes,
Where are our biggest losses in water for? What are the biggest expenses?
that would be on page. We would look at that. We are budgeting for things like structural repair maintenance, that some of that has not happened. Equipment repair is significant. Cost of power, cost of natural gas are significant. The professional fees, just having the contract services to operate that system, there are a number of requirements of testing that we have to do on a daily basis.
We have
Okay, so, every second day, essentially, we're testing, so, and those are required, and, we do not want to be a Walkerton, Ontario.
How many places we gotta test at,
So we have to take samples from one location, in St. Michael 3 times a week. We test at the Heartland Station, and we have tested at some of our industrial users as well, just to make sure there's everything on the system. And then we take samples from the water station every year.
you gotta run samples in once a week?
Once a week.
So how many, where do you gotta take, how many samples do you run in once a week?
We take 3 samples in. We have a coordinating system with the towns and villages, so we all alternate, so we take samples in for everybody in 75 days. And it's going to be what they want. We have, we're not all.
So some great intermunicipal cooperation that we're seeing, and that helps reduce those costs as, you know, minimally, but it's still a reduced cost, so. And it's that community side of things as opposed to just one municipality versus another. But that also provides us that contract, we have essentially 24/7 coverage on the water system. If somebody has a problem at the truck bill, there's a number that they call and they're able to get service, so. You know, I'm monitoring as well.
How much did it do the organization?
That would be in our fees and charges bylaw. Look back to that one. The other price?
The Hilliard truck bill was $5.
And you see that on page 31 of the package.
$571. Five. 576.
Hilliard, $5.
Yeah, okay, 75. 611, 612, at Hilliard, it's gonna go to. And 571 at, Selling less, they're making money on their water, how are they doing their? They don't have St. Michael, and they don't have Andrew.
Distribution costs are 10, so we could look into their budget. If possible, like that. Again, they may be subsidizing it through their taxes as well. It's a very difficult thing to. So, yeah, Chip may choose to subsidize their system by charging residents more than their truck bills.
That's separate fee charging too. They charge $10 a month for operations. That's it. Yeah, your car cost, I think it's $10 a month for profit on whatever your water charge is.
Use the water.
Yeah.
Is that 3% recommended reasonable? So that the increase at 3% increase in revenue would be $11,483. Not a lot of money.
Yeah.
4% gets to the other $4,000.
Yeah. So Percentage might seem high, but the dollars collected aren't that significant.
Do we know what our line fee is that we charge Andrew? Zero, 317 meter, cubic meter, plus a line charge. Let's say on page 31, whatever it falls. This average only water for 740 I think is what the council member was buying out what he said at that point in time. 744, 745.
And then they're at their kittens.
Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering. Like,
Figure out the ad.
yeah, for the buyer. That's what I was wondering, like they're making money off of us.
They're all the same.
We're barely floating by, but they're making money.
One of them that doesn't.
That $583 is that line fee. It's
Sorry, month?
$583, yes.
The water leak, we gotta have what, 100 months of water, covered water leak?
Well, yeah, depending on, right?
Or we just fix the water leak there, so.
Even accounts, I know Hilliard at one time was really big outstanding accounts, but I know they changed the system now.
Yes, so we've changed the truck fill system to a prepay, and so those outstanding accounts have been, there's a few that we've put into collection from the past. But yeah, there is no longer where we're having those problems with, so. And it's a little bit more inconvenient for the residents, but it helps us be able to collect. And we've had very, very few complaints. The people who want to not use credit cards have the ability to come into the office or go online and pay for it, and it gets applied to their account. Council wanting to defer the increased discussion to later, or is council on have thought of what number would be best? Schedule.
They only pay $7,000 a year line fee.
Yeah.
If we're gonna talk intermunicipal, we may want to go ahead.
Yeah, no, so I would just do the math story up in my head and try to figure it out. But okay, we can defer and move on. Good more.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on. We'll come back to that little later on. So moving on, the next is page 136. That's agricultural services. And so there is some significant funding from the provincial government for this. This program enforces programs such as the Weed Act on the province's behalf. There's an increase in contracted services this year in 2026 to include the wild boar surveillance program, as well as the contracted spraying. And so that was a contract that we didn't talk about earlier, not closed session, but that is there. So you'll see in budget on page 138 for revenue is 186,000. There's the actuals are a little higher because of the capital grant applied to that. So this 2020, or sorry, 138, 139 is the 2025 actuals, compared with budget. 2026 is the detailed line budgets on 140 and 141. And 142 is the 4-year budget. There is a business case for this one. On page 81. Oh, no, sorry, that is not the right page. On page 84. There is a request for a consultant quote to do a livestock emergency plan. Which was, the original one was created in 2018 under former Director of Emergency Services. There's some concern that it is outdated and administration lacks the experience to update it to follow the current guidelines. And so due to numerous wildland fires across the province in recent years, it is crucial that during a disaster, we know where else can be directed and what responsibilities are required. Research has been conducted on funding and grants, and it is eligible through the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership called the Resiliency and Public Trust. And so that particular grant there, we're looking at that particular expense, looking at a $28,000 expense. And that could be contingent if council chooses, approving that contingent on receiving a grant to do it. So that business case, yes, on page 84 and 85 of your package. We can vote on that as we go through this all at once. So seeing no questions, we'll move on to page 49. This is the CALC operating budget. So CALC is the Community and Adult Learning consortium, I think. This department is primarily funded by the provincial government through the CALC program. This department utilizes an advisory board to determine the programming direction and provide services for both the county and the municipalities within the county. You'll see 2025 actuals are on page 144. Detailed budget is on page 145. This is a draw after those provincial grants. There's a draw on the county taxes of 128,000. Essentially 50 cent dollars for that particular program from the government. And then page 146 shows the 4-year forecast. And there are no business cases for CALC or FCSS. So page 147 is the FCSS budget, and this again, this department is primarily funded through the provincial government. The FCSS department also utilizes an advisory board to determine the programming direction and also provide services for both the county and the municipalities within the county. So the 2025 year-to-date actuals to budget are on page 148 and 149. The detailed budget is on page 150 and the 4-year forecast on page 151.
Mr. B, maybe I could ask Mr. Rignall a question which might interest me. It seems every year or two we pursue a grant. Are there any on the horizon?
Yes, possibly. We have applied The Yeah, so that currently in 2025, we have funding that has come to fruition through the Healthy Aging Program of Alberta, which supplements our budget that we've been successful in securing for an additional 2 years, which is reflected in this budget. We have applied for additional funding through Healthy Aging, and we are awaiting response at that. And we have also applied for the New Horizons for Seniors program coming in 2026. Once again, we don't know yet if that is a go or not, so the applications are in, but we have no confirmation of funding. In addition, our Family Resource Network funding, our contract officially comes to an end March 31st, 2026. This is not reflected in the budget because we are very hopeful that it will be renewed. However, for council's information, if a program is cut by the provincial government, which has happened in the past, so do all the costs associated with it. So
We stop spending.
we stop spending and council doesn't incur any
Which is
additional.
one of the challenges with ours being a calendar year and the province being fiscal.
Yeah, and it reflected when you look at the actuals to FCSS, you look at the to date to the actuals, a lot of questions have always come up about that. Why they seem so skewed. And the reason being is because we get big chunks of money that usually most of our grants run April to March instead of January to December. And some of our grants run September to August. So our spending doesn't always align with the January to December calendar year of council. So we create a budget for you based on what we anticipate will be spent in a year, but timelines for the receival of revenue and additional grants that come in isn't something that we can predict or adjust. So, but the county's contribution is 100% secure. We don't overspend.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if there's no further questions, we'll move on to Department 61, Planning and Development Operating Budget. So that is on page 152 of the package. So this is the revenue expenses for subdivision and development program areas. Revenue for development permits has been reduced to reflect previous year actuals. The revenues were budgeted fairly aggressively in the past, so looking to make this a little bit more reasonable. Engineering expenditures in prior years were set aside for the processed water project. These funds are now moved to the capital project, and so you'll see that there's a reduction of contracted services of $150,000 in this particular budget area. So page 154 has the 4-year forecast. Page 155 is the detailed budget lines. Page 156 is the 2025 actuals to date. So there is a business case in here in the package. And that business case is on page 81 of your package. So this particular business case is for land use bylaw amendments to support tourism. So the land use bylaw was updated in April 2024 and allows for traditional tourist facilities such as campgrounds, tourist houses, bed and breakfast, and guest ranches. During 2024, Planning and Development received a number of requests for ecotourism type of developments that involve yurts, domes, and other more temporary structures proposed in forested areas accessible by walkways. So current land use current land use bylaw regulations for tourism accommodation facilities include a number of fire access and safety provisions that inquires are not including in proposals. Given the potential strain on emergency services and potential land use conflicts with agricultural operations, planning and development recommends a consultant be hired to review the land use bylaw and prepare recommendations based on leading practices and taking into account Montcalm's level of services. So again, a little more detail on page 81. So administration anticipated project budget of 50,000 for consultant services, which could be allocated as 35,000 in 2026 and 15,000 in 2027. So that'd be some public consultation, as well as that consulting fees.
So at a recent council meeting, there was a discussion about two potential amendments to the land law. One would have to do with secondary residence, and the other had to do with putting in place a use tourism. As you can see from this business case, the tourism one is not simply a matter of pulling together some words and including it into the bylaw. This one involved a fair amount more engagement through surveys, environments, and I think I mentioned recently that tourism uses within places like Sturgeon County have created many unintended consequences, which we would want to avoid. This might be more of a Cadillac tourism use, but I don't know if it's worth buying a Chevy. You know what I mean?
Just as a side note, there's a company right in the town of Oakville that builds these domes and utes. Owning it all over the area,
Sorry, with the which town?
right in Oakville.
Oh, don't know that there are any grants to this kind of work. I think we did a can and couldn't really find anything.
Yeah, it would have to be an intermunicipal grant. I don't think that would apply.
Mr. Olson and I are gonna be meeting with Allen, Alberta, but as far as I know, they don't provide granting for this one.
We'll double check.
I have a question. So what did it cost for with the county when we hired a consultant through the land use bylaw?
We have grant money in the grant. They usually have to, did it not apply to whoever lowest bid was, that's who got it.
That would be next one.
23, 24. Yeah, the grant, I think it specified, it was pretty much the lowest bid was what got it.
Yeah, because they won't let you take it. They want.
I have these, you know, the livestock thing is 25, this is 50. Or you know, like come back to the quarter, you know, all these consultant projects and because there's a grant doesn't mean you just agree.
Mm-hmm. Constitution, right? Like an open house.
All you need to have some.
That'll still cost us for buildings and everything else and including time. Well, that's your 15,000, you're including that.
I think it's safe to say that we're resource equipped to undertake ongoing operations. You know, specific, maybe, even,
So we'll look up the information, and we'll bring it back when we're looking at that particular item. Just to save some time here as well.
Suffice it to say that this is an amendment of the scale of the land use bylaw amendment that we undertook over the course of years. It's smaller, so not surprising that it's considered a lot. This is kind of the complexity of this one that will probably drive wanting to have a third party help.
What did it cost us last time?
We're looking at.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, so we'll look that up for sure.
What are you predicting now?
50,000.
50,000 for this is what this one is.
Not that I can think of on this particular thing.
Some discuss about, right?
Yeah.
You saw them has to get fixed because some of the stuff we got in right now is crappy.
Well, we also have I think, Darden would know more about it. We have an indigenous group that's come in south of Mundare anyway, that bought a quarter of land that want to put up all these utes and all this other stuff too. How does that affect us when they're indigenous? That change us any which way? I don't know if it makes any difference because they're coming in and setting up. Do they already purchase the land and make all their walkways and everything?
Do they have rules or do they can do whatever they want?
So, yeah, because it's not, Federal Reserve, it's still municipal land. And so they still have to follow and abide by.
Do you want to tell them we can't put that up on their land?
I don't have, I can't say that I have been in contact with them. They did call me first.
Okay.
Just a question to Shane and answer. There is upside to tourism. However, that is over a period of time.
My thoughts are, it's also about quality of place, right? Building quality of place, looking for that product development that we want to bring in, which will also help us with talent attraction when it comes to industry development. So all of this is sort of connected. Although the return on investment to the municipality in terms of tax return may not be as great, there's definitely returns to the entrepreneur. And we know that when we look at Travel Alberta's mandate to improve and enhance product development, as they call it, in the province, they've rolled out an aggressive program of grants and incentives to try to do that as they're trying to reach, basically still trying to rebuild the tourism industry from COVID. And they're hoping to do that through these experiential tourism offerings. There you go, my 2 cents. Do I think we'll need the full 50,000? Maybe not. There may be some elements that we can do in-house. Is that fair?
Yeah.
And you said as the date, there's no grant that would cover that.
Not that we found.
See whether Shane can make a phone call and see if we can find anything out with them.
Check.
Start.
I like one. I like a good challenge.
So quick and
Okay, we'll move on to the next department, which is economic development operating budget. And so this is on page 158 of the package. Again, staff costs are in general municipal to protect the privacy of the individual. On page 159, you'll see the year-to-date for 2025. Page 160 is the detailed budget. Just for council's information, donations and sponsorships, most of that is in regard to the Reed's Golf Tournament. Page 161 shows the four-year budget. There is a operating business case. This was discussed in August about the Alberta Hub increases. Yeah. Alberta Hub increase to their annual fees. That is on page 86 of your package. That was already included in the base, and it was a $4,000 increase. So sorry, a $2,000 increase for $4,000 total. And if council chose to withdraw from Hub, then we would remove that from the budget. So, and we would need to provide notice in April of that withdrawal, if that does happen. So the business case is on page 86 to 88, and then the Alberta Hub's letter with their information, page 89 to 91.
Okay, what's your opinion of staying with the hub?
I would recommend staying with the hub. I think we've invested too much in it at this point in time. And give it a couple of years to see how they do with some of their new projects and initiatives. In the past, they've been focused on some residential type initiatives. Now they're looking at some drone projects and some other neat things out in the Andrew area, for example. So I think for that price tag, it's worth it to stay in the partnership. I also find that the emails that the executive director sends out on a variety of grants, programs, and initiatives, I'm often sharing with the business community, whether it be through our new e-newsletter or directly to businesses. So even the network of communication flow is probably got value that we can attach to that too. Not to mention that Lamont County is profiled on their energy profile, their petrochemical profile on their website. So although we don't see like investment attraction leads necessarily coming from the organization, we do get sort of other, as a leader, I guess, in the region, it's good for us to belong to it.
Just as a reminder to the council, the reason that he went up from 2,000 to 4,000 is because of provincial government. Provincial government withdrew funding for the regional economic development agencies. Keeping it alive. Good networking opportunity for Shane as well.
You can multiple emails from.
Like you, Mr. Reeve, I do. At all hours of the day, but that's because he's works a flexible work schedule, so whenever it works for him, but yeah.
Yeah, sure seems like it, I'll tell you.
Okay, the last section is Department 74, the library board operating budget. That is from historical. Previously, the company was the banker for the library board. They are now their own entity. They've set up their own bank accounts. And so we are just budgeted for the yearly contribution, and that is now budgeted under Department 12. So essentially at this point, we will go back to the service level for the operating items, so back to page 65. But given that we've been sitting for 2 hours, like it's appropriate, take a 10 or 15-minute break.
Yep. You will call a quick recess. 2:31, come back in 10 minutes, 41.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Reed. So we will just, the next page, page 163. This is a little just more for information. So this is talks about the grants that Lamont County receives. So this shows what was received in 2025. Again, the province's fiscal year starts in March, so, or April, ends in March. So we don't necessarily know the next year's grants till after that point. But this is, we figure that this is gonna be fairly close to what we're gonna be getting in the future. So to just to kind of highlight, so the local government fiscal framework, that operating grant, 319,000. Traditionally, that's been dedicated towards the recreation funding for the town and villages. The capital grant, $1.3 million. We used most of that for purchasing graders, fire trucks, equipment like that. The Canada Community Building Fund, formerly called the gas tax. We received 244,000 in 2024. Most likely similar amounts will be coming in 2026. And that is that capital grant can't be used for fixed assets. That's more used for projects. Again, that's applied. If they agree, then we can spend it. But it's an allocation that comes year after year. If we don't use it, it just gets put in deferred revenue for future projects. We get an ASB operating grant for 191,000. FCSS gets 258, as well as the 80,000 from the Family Resource Network. Calc, we received 142,000. And in this last year, we applied for a municipal internship grant, and we received 60,000 for that. And we were able to hire an intern. One of the things that administration does is we try to be as proactive as possible and apply for any grant available throughout the year. So these are the main ones we get. We will continue to apply. If we are successful in obtaining grants that we apply through the year, then we bring that back to council for authorization and inclusion in the budget. So so at this point, what I would recommend is that we go back to page 65 and we do some voting on these amendments, and we'll be able to come up with some amended surplus or deficit for operations. And then after that, we can get into capital.
Well, I have one question before I keep going to your grant information. Grant information, so the grant money we received from Heartland or the provincial government for the water intake, that include is administration be able to be used or paid out of that too?
The soft costs, I would say no at this point, unless there's some costs over and above.
Yeah.
But in the our owner's representative is paid through that. Any legal fees that are related to that, we're coding into that range. So
Just not our administration.
just not our administration time.
Okay. I've got time for
I don't ever do that.
you know.
Generally for initial grants.
Yes, so, yeah, and so the one item that we didn't show on here was that disaster recovery grant, and I believe that was
it was just under 1.1. It was like I think $1,000,000.08, not, or no.
6.5.
Yeah, something like that. Yep.
$1,065,000 is what that came in. So that was for the 2020.
2020, the flooding disaster that we had, that we were approved and got the money for. The first flooding event, we were not successful.
So we received that last year, but we're not putting that in budget for this year. All right, so back to page 65. So the top of that page is reflecting what the consolidated numbers are for the organization for operating. You'll see that, so we're forecasting a $386,000 deficit before any amendments. In office of the CAO, we placed fiscal considerations that was coming out of our closed session. A reduction of expenses of $80,000. So so this is the time where we start to use our highlighters and mark things green, yellow, and red. So
Yes, there's agreement. And, we provide a thumbs up. But disagreement with thumbs down, if it's something you want to discuss more a little later.
yeah. So the fiscal considerations, I think we've got that, so we'll mark that one green. So the next one is in finance, and that's the third-party provider of tax certificates on demand. So that would be a reduction of revenue of $9,300. And so this would be increasing the service level to our residents, specifically the legal companies and the banks that operate within our jurisdiction. So we have agreement on
65.
Yeah, sorry, page 65 is the sheet. Does council want to have this broadcast on the screens or?
Come on, we should have it on the screen. I would on it.
That was.
Okay.
Broadcast, so just a reminder, we'll use your highlighter on the paper, but we use it on the screen.
Oh, no.
Sometimes.
And doing great.
But
Don't you have to move the on the screen, you have to move the picture? Cause it's saying red. Says I'm connected.
We'll let them deal with the technical stuff.
What was the first one that you said they were keeping?
The fiscal considerations, $80,000. That was our discussion out of closed session.
What page back is it's not on?
Page
That one's
65.
not on.
You're writing it in.
You're writing.
Yes, you're writing it that one in.
This is a decision that you made.
All right. Oops, too big, sorry.
That's a reduction of expenses. So you'll have to write that one in.
Because it's only this screen. I don't have it on this screen, that's why I thought it did. That is the same TV.
Okay, so we aren't able to get it on the small screens. Okay, so the third-party provider of tax certificates on that. So that would be a increase of subsidy by reducing revenue of $9,300.
Instead of charging 50 plus 20, you decided to charge just 50.
That's correct.
We're losing 9,300.
Yeah. Yes, council could choose to leave it at $50, the revenue that council get, or that administration gathers, but then the residents would be paying $75. Green. So, well, let's skip over taxes until we'll actually come back to that at the very end, once we're not kind of moving everything. The residential land tax assessment subclass, my thought from the discussion is that this is no change, so we'll just leave it as zero change. Okay. So pink,
What color?
pink,
Pink, red?
red, whatever.
I know what you meant. It's like,
The next one would be moving to fire and emergency services. This would be increased duty crew to 26 weeks.
oh, I put a number in there. Sorry. I don't know where I got that. It's just delete that.
Yeah.
My bad.
But so just make a new line in there
A new line?
and we'll say increased duty crew to 26 weeks.
57 was, really, that's the cost. of the-
That's the 57,000 was the cost of that increased unit.
48, but if we went to 26, it was 57.
And they say 24, it's the net 26.
$6,062 a week, so to go, that was 10 weeks, 60,600. 26 weeks, yeah.
Sorry, 60,000?
Yeah.
60,600. 606. Oh, yes. Sorry, I heard that.
Is that what counts as? 26 weeks.
Yeah, that's half a year. That's what everybody kind of decided, right?
It was 24 and then it goes to 26.
Yeah.
It's your decision.
Get paid, they're still good. Okay, 26 it is.
So that is Mark Green. Community Peace Officer Succession Plan.
You guys feel about having a thought, new one.
The new one is good, but second.
It's just.
Also another providing period, providing a third CPO and on board the new CPO. Station is 9 months, given that there may be some OA training and some on the job.
Just every time we keep a vehicle that is registered or someone made solid, we end up keeping it forever after they forget what we were supposed to do with it.
As long as we know that after 9 months and the new one comes in, he's gonna transition into Derek's truck anyway. That's important.
We're gonna end up with one peace officer.
So you have a
I'm asking, we're gonna end up with one peace officer, not at the end, end up with two and now.
and this could look, perhaps we could have endorsed it for one-time expense.
Absolutely. This is a one-time expense, and you'll see that in the business case as well.
Anything you want to give them on the ones.
So that particular thing is written in on page 78. 9-month transition is presented to allow for training and in the first box on page 78.
So wouldn't you want some of this experience to come with?
Yeah. Try.
Yeah.
We're competing with 200 or more other counties in Alberta township.
And we are going to be looking for somebody. So is there a comment?
Especially like they had, they told 5 of them of their own.
That's what
Saskatchewan's got 8.
Yeah.
I know that nobody's like there now because you can't move in that.
Oh, maybe we'll be fortunate, we'll stay going towards the
You don't want them guys.
I'm for the transition, as long as we know that at the end of the other truck that you said, it was our transition to really everything was about and more.
yes, that is what the budget.
Actually, when you're interviewing, like RTP, they ride together for a while and people are all out.
Well, I think that's what this is, because like,
Yeah.
that's what even Derek had explained.
With the vehicles.
You support to our CMP.
Pardon me?
You had indicated that you don't support to our.
When did I indicate that? I never said that.
When we had the RCMP in here, you thought it was laughable that they would have.
I never once said that, and they were,
I think that was me.
that was not me.
I think that was me.
That was not me, because they said they go, for how many weeks?
6 months.
6 months together.
Yeah, that's
But too, and that's when I know for a fact that what I mean.
I apologize for it. There would likely be a couple of weeks together in a car and then.
Yeah.
2 cops and 2 cars.
And, I'm good. Yeah, so yellow. Okay.
So we went green for that one. So the Public Works, this is the reduction in snow flag revenue, that would be $11,600. Page in ready. Page in ready.
Oh, sorry.
So this would be an additional, essentially an expense of 11,600. Green, yellow, red.
I'm just dropping the price of flags and steel and then 100.
Yeah. So mark that one green.
Green for there, green.
Okay, now the difficult one, increase the water rates. We don't have a recommended dollar, well, we have a recommended dollar of 3% increase. That would be $11,483 of increased revenue at 3%. Is there is that a number that council is willing to work with? We want to increase that or reduce that?
Should be increasing it some, we still gotta pay for our stuff. Yeah, get it, it's a service and a supply, but things aren't free. So,
Buy water there and see what you guys are doing, and I'll either jump off. I'm not discussing it. Yes or no. I buy water.
So this is not a conflict.
No, I'm not saying that, but that's not gonna be. They gotta decide on their own, and then I know what I want, so.
4%, is that what we're talking?
1% would be 15,000, 3% would be 11,400.
They would, 3%.
Yeah, the recommendation was 3%, essentially just a follow customer.
Yeah, I'm at 3.
Okay, 11,483. Yeah, so that's increased.
Oh, sorry, thank you.
So. Amendments to sport tourism. Sorry, that was amended down to 20,000.
There's more tourism that we're working on there. Are we fixing the other problems we got on that unused file?
So the issue of
$20,000.
secondary residency is something that we can deal with somewhat quickly and rapidly. It's more complicated. As a matter of interest, Mr. Olson told me he spoke with our contact Travel Alberta. They do not provide funding for studies of this kind. He suggested NRED. We know, of course, that the deadline for NRED has already passed. So I guess there's a couple yeah, so the $20,000 and a much shorter turnaround is a recommendation. I think the rules of NRED are you can't apply for a grant when the project is already started. Otherwise, I would suggest pursuing a grant next year.
That's gonna be covered in this?
Yeah, because that's for tourism, so.
Feed store, somebody had built out there. highway or here, feed store stuff.
You then sell local goods. So it means you got how many apiaries are in around this area, you've got other pottery businesses,
Yeah.
there's a lot of things, it's just a tourism thing, I mean, it's on the way to, we're kind of, I'm not going off what Neil's saying here, but we're on the way to everybody else. I mean, people go tour, you're gonna see the duck, you're gonna see the sausage, you're gonna be going to Glendon, you're gonna be like all these other ones, kind of much go through. I don't know if there's much of them, we'll be able to stop and see, but I mean, but I mean, that's what it covers, is that kind of stuff, so it's.
No, honestly, it might actually bring it up to cover it.
Yeah.
Might just wanna make sure that's gonna be covered in this money, not, we gotta come back again and solve all the problems. That one is what I'm getting at.
Are there other?
I asked, if that, somebody asked about a country store, for local products, and that, is that going under the tourism, or do we have to word it that?
First I've heard of it, so I difficult to answer.
There was some interest in from some people that wanted to bring in and build a local vegetable. So it's like a local tourism, so you'd stop in and you'd have coffee and you'd buy local products.
Yeah, probably.
So should probably fit.
That's what I'm asking, if that doesn't fit, then we gotta reword it, then it does fit.
Well, that's what I mean, yeah. So,
You only want to spend it once, right?
That's where I'm getting at.
You want to spend it once.
Well, while the timeframe could be different, I mean, environmental scan and engagement would identify the types of tourism opportunities, I presume, that would be input into the development of the bylaws. So I think the answer to your question is,
okay.
And I would think the council would have the opportunity to discuss that at a briefing and
it's your bylaw.
Yeah. And that was something that was brought forward at that Go East Tourism. They had a presenter there, and the main Go East Tourism company is, one of them is right out of Strathcona County, where they do farm to fork, or they farm to tour, or they do agribusiness and that kind of stuff, right? So agritourism. So as long as that covers.
As long as it's covered in there.
Yeah.
As long as we can work, I think that.
That
Overall, I think
covers it all, yeah. Right, is everybody?
Necessity of the hearing, so if there's anybody who's interested in the tourism use with this committee,
Yeah, sure.
Let's see, green for
Good for
20,000.
Don't say it like that, because that changes it a lot.
No. 20,000. What, 20,000, anybody objections or?
No objection.
Opposed to it? Okay. We're green for 20,000.
Okay, the next one is the livestock emergency plan, 28,750. There was some discussion in the business case, that there is some grant funds possibly available. Council could make a couple of decisions. They could say no, we could say yes anyways, or we could say yes contingent on receiving the grant funds. So if council wants to go with the yes contingent on the grant funds, we would mark that yellow included as zero.
That would be, I would be better with that, just. Yeah, knowing that there's any kind of grant packaging out there.
Like Brad could pull that together.
Grant council approved the fund budget and be able to move it into the budget.
Yes. Yes. So we just put the note beside it, contingent. So what will happen with that is if the grant is not achieved, we'll bring it back to council. Council can determine if we want to do it at that point or just. And then the last item is the Alberta Hub increase to annual fees. Again, we have this at zero because it was put in the base, but it was a bit of an odd change that came across in August, so we wanted council to be aware of it. So if council is in agreement with the increased fees, we'll just leave it at zero. We could mark that green, or we would put a negative 4,000 in there to withdraw from Alberta.
Speaking of fees, that Vermilion water that we just did the last meeting, is there a fee in that now? Is there a fee attached to that? So Vermilion, what is it brought up here in the water?
Oh, the watershed?
Is that gonna cost us money? Besides sending somebody, is there an annual fee?
The Vermilion
Watershed, there was no membership. So,
Okay.
From what I remember, that's the one we got there out the board.
Yeah, it shows those there.
No, I think you.
I was watching the Lamont meeting and they wouldn't, until they check to see if there's a fee, and they said there's a fee, they're not going into it, so. That's why now we're talking fees, I want to see if there.
So Alberta Hub. Okay, so this was show us, so the additional costs to budget are $100,000. So there would be additional $100,000 to budget. So we have not increased the taxes. So if we go to our taxes paid, that would be page 20 of the package. Now would be an appropriate time to discuss increases to taxes if we want to cover this off. You scroll down just a little bit more. So we are still sitting at a surplus of $286,000 if there's no increase in taxes. So to fund that from residential taxes would be an increase of 4% for that 100,000. If we wanted to maintain it back to that $386,000 surplus. So is council?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
So
Are you saying we have a surplus of 286,000?
yes, but 100,000 that is now new services that we.
So our surplus is now 1.
So no, it was originally 386. So let's go to 86. So let's go to the top of this page. The budget as presented had a $386,000 surplus. So that's what is presented in those operating budgets. If we go down, the adjustments to our services have resulted in increased costs of $100,000. So we've now reduced our surplus deficit to $286,000. So what we've been doing in the past is funding those service enhancements by increases to residential tax. So to fund those service increases would be an additional $400,000. Sorry, 4% to cover that $100,000 to just residential increase. So we don't need a surplus earmarked for. Well, the surplus would be surplus. So if we so the other option is new development And because we're still at surplus position. From operations. But then you talk about the essentially staying at zero and funding our new service levels, it would be 4% increase.
So we had some limited amount of operating grant. On page 162, are those all being allocated already?
They have been allocated.
Another.
So the other thing that we could do if council is would like to just sit at this 286,000 for budget purposes at this point, it would be easier to make the real decisions in spring once we know all of our real assessments. So there would be no concerns from a financial perspective of leaving this at this 286,000. I think for the 2% increase of assessment, and then discussing the future once we know our assessment. Yes, we're still in a better position. Not in a better position. So, Lucy, could you just up and no, just sorry. Or no, so we made it through operations. Yeah. And again, there's always is the reserves that the county currently have. This is updated to October 29th, 2025, and there are still some nearing completion that may adjust this. However, this is to provide council just with some information on what Lamont County has in reserves at this point. So currently we have $25 million in all of our reserves. And you'll see the listing on page 167.
We still have a couple of outstanding.
Capital projects, yes. That's good. And then, of course, at year end, we'll be able to see if there's any operating surplus and what amounts that get put back into reserve. So council will be making that decision in March usually. Questions on reserves? Oh, so one of the other things I wanted to mention when we talk aggregate levy, the aggregate levy that we collect annually gets the previous council that had dedicated that those monies would go straight into reserves. So while we put it as revenue on our financial statements, it's a direct transfer to reserves, and we see those on this one, and they're about midway down the page, there's aggregate levy fund for gravel and then aggregate levy fund for clay. So clay right now has about 175,000 in it, and gravel has 2.2 million. And the chip and grade will be funded. Gravel. Certainly, we haven't seen that invoice come from the village yet. Good. So, if there's no questions on reserves, then we will go to page 168 of your agenda package. And so we again have business cases for each particular piece of equipment that is being requested here. This is based on the previous council had asked for a 15-year capital replacement plan. And so these assets are based on that 15-year capital replacement plan. I don't believe we put it in this package, but it is available for council to review as well. So the first one is a Chevy 1500 crew cab replacement for the egg department. That is a request for $61,000, and you'll see that business case on page 171. So I'd recommend that we go through all of them, and then we'll discuss them and vote on them as we go through. So this is a 2016 GMC 1500 crew cab scheduled for replacement. As of July 4th, 2025, this unit has 187,000 kilometers. The next one is the International Spray Truck. The actual disposal of it has not been recorded in any budgets. So this is to bring it into budget. Council is already directed to sell it. And it was put forward on a tender. We did not receive any tenders that were.
We only received one tender that was absolutely laughable.
Yes.
It's Mr. Lamont is merchandising it all over his scheme and his
So we believe that truck is worth about $40,000. They said.
International with all this great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll see on page 173 the allocation of where that cost comes. Figure that the truck is worth about 20,000 and then the spray system's worth an additional 20,000. Page 175 is a Degelman sidearm replacement. And this is used to mow ditches and to be able to have the tractor up on the road, allowing for steep ditches to be mowed in a safe manner. These sidearms are on a 5-year replacement plan. And you'll see that the repair costs through the main shop have dropped about 50% with that replacement. This unit is in very good shape for trade-in and should bring a good value. So the cost to purchase one would be $48,900, and we're estimating that we'll get $10,000 for that sale. And so we put in budget for the full value of the purchase at the top, and you'll see the trade-in is just above the yellow line on the bottom.
It's actually $48,000.
That didn't include the freight.
Oh, you included the freight. I shouldn't question. Well, I should.
You should have. The next one is a Kubota tractor replacement. This is a 2021 Kubota tractor. This is scheduled to be replaced under the 10-year equipment plan. The unit has 2,012 hours as of June 10th. Council approved having extended warranty along with replacing the tractors every 5 years. This has been a good direction. Our maintenance costs have decreased on these. The resale is attractive on that. So this is $230,000 for the new purchase with $101,000 estimated trade-in value on this particular asset. Thank you, Mr. Keats. The next one is Unit 4358. This is a 2023 Devilman Rev 1500 mower. This is scheduled in the 10-year replacement plan as well. 15-year replacement plan. So these mowers are switched to a 2-year replacement. And it's been able to help repair costs drop significantly. In year 3 is when the warranty expires. They're found to have gearbox problems and certain structural issues. So this one is in very good shape and should bring in a good trade-in value. So the past council had recommended moving so that we replace one every year. 1 in 3 years.
One every year. So we cycle through all of them in 3 years.
Yes. So. So 4358 on that new plan is coming up in 2026. So the purchase price on that would be $74,200 plus the freight, $500 for $74,700 plus a $25,000 estimated trade-in value. So there is a new unit that was added since the August business cases. And this was discussed at the Agricultural Service Board in replacing the Kubota tractor. This is unit 4357. This one's been experiencing some maintenance issues over the past year. Unit currently has about 1,611 hours. And was operational until the grass mowing program concluded in mid-October. You'll see some of the maintenance issues that were discussed on page 181. So administration is recommending moving out of the Kubotas to a different brand. And so recommended purchase price for the new one would be budgeted at $230,000 with trade-in of $99,000. There's a little bit more information on the costs of replacements on page 184. Okay, so moving to page 185.
Support phone.
Work up.
Thank you. So moving to page 185, this is truck replacement. And this is unit 5220. The majority of our wildfire events, emergency response to are in rural areas of the county. Off-road fires do not have that easy access and are often inaccessible by full-size engines. Currently, Lamont County Emergency Services operates a fleet of 4 brush trucks. And some of the oldest units in our fleet are the brush trucks. So it was shown in 2024 replacement of a brush truck delivered a near immediate improvement to meeting the off-road service levels of the fund. So this particular unit is a 2008 Ford F-350 and it's stationed in Andrew. Unit is well beyond its serviceable life and does need to be replaced.
Do these have what will these have a timeline on, do like fire, like a fire engine?
No, not for fire in the room. Sorry, not for the fire in the rooms.
Those so you keep for 20 years of it is good, right?
Yep.
So this has an estimated capital funding request of $150,000. So this includes the vehicle and emergency response accessory like lighting and so. Various pictures of our existing truck on page 187 to 189. And page 190 shows the recent trucks that have been purchased to replace them. That's correct?
With the northern lights.
With Northern Lights.
Each fire department have one of these and.
No,
Four of the five do. Lamont does not have one.
probably all the times when we force within one fire department will be also
Stated. Yeah. And that's the condo thing with the duty.
Page 193 is a utility vehicle replacement. This is unit 5115. This is a 2002 F-150, was a used vehicle purchase. It's currently used as a utility vehicle for the movement of personnel, contaminated gear, hose, and equipment. The unit is being used as well by the duty crew and at the regional training center. It is also as a good backup unit to the two command trucks. The risk of critical failure of this unit is high. And you'll see that the average generous donation from Global Medic of a small wildland skid, this truck would double as an extra brush truck.
Which would allow us to have one on each season.
The estimated capital request for this is $90,000. And this would, with the additional outfitting package to match the current brush truck fleet.
The pictures are done in 1 ton and you're asking for a 3/4 ton now?
So which this utility truck. The other truck is one.
You want them all 1 ton?
Pardon me?
You don't want them all 1 ton? You don't want them all to be the same 1 tons? All more water, right? No?
This one is like, it says in the descriptor that this one is a small skid that was donated to us. So this one just requires a 3/4 ton. This is a skid that is 100% self-contained, so it would come out completely out of the box of the truck after wildland season to use as a replacement utility.
to say 30, 40 grand out of the 3/4 rather than a 1.
And
1 ton, but it's $1,500 if it's 3/4 and a 1 ton if you go on single wheel. Right, that's you're going on single wheels, the only difference is the back springs are heavier and you get a 1 ton.
the other rushes are dual wheels, the newest ones.
Yeah, but I was saying, when we, a buddy of mine just bought a 1 ton and only, it was $1,500 more, the only difference is the back spring, you like every, got one more leak to the back spring, and the rest of the truck is exactly the same.
There were previous discussions with the council that they did not want to see a 1 ton running around this utility vehicle. So that was the recommendation for the vehicle.
The only difference from the back spring, that $1,500, and then you get all your water. We can check out, just check out the difference between 1 ton and 3/4 ton on that one.
Yeah, so roughly within that $90,000 we could still, or up that to 92,000. We want to increase that to 92,000 for a 1 ton.
That's what Trevor's involved very well, that's on a GM. On a GM, it's the back spring, you get one more leak, and $1,500 more we gotta work.
So just to give a small allowance, we'll put that to 92,000 when we come to voting. Okay, the next item is on page 195. And this is the furnaces at the Regional Training Center. This is a significant cost, so there's it's not funded through any operating costs or operating expenditures, so that's why it's on, you're seeing it here. So the furnaces in that center are downdraft furnaces, so they are slightly more expensive than your regular household furnace. And there's been a number of outages with that, and the HVAC contractors have recommended replacing those furnaces. So that is, they are 28, 21, and 21 years old, those particular furnaces. So looking at a value between 15 to 18,000. So we're asking in budget for 18,000 to replace that. Of course, we will do our best to get the lowest cost with best quality that we can. Moving on to page 196 is a rescue replacement. So this is unit 5228. It's a 1996 Freightliner rescue stationed in Bergerheim. The unit is used as a heavy rescue unit for motor vehicle collisions, off-road rescues, and entrapments. It's also used as a rehab center for firefighters on long duration scenes. During recent apparatus review and creation of the 50-year apparatus replacement plan, administration made the decision to remove 3 rescues from the fleet and have 2 strategically located apparatuses remaining. So this requires the timely replacement of the 2 remaining rescues to meet the needs of LCES. And so this is a estimated $550,000 capital purchase.
Those trucks have an line indicator, not usable after a certain amount of time.
It does not have an impact on fire meters.
And these units don't have a lot, but when they're run, they're started, they're run fast over the haul without a lot of warming up time, and they're idle for significant times.
This one ran for 30 hours at Henderson one incident about 15.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Correct.
So, yeah, so the number of kilometers seems really low, but
Yeah, it's the hours.
it's the hours and
I'd be interested to see
And
what
the
the
years.
hours are.
This was the one we were having electrical issues with, so I'm going to say it's accurate.
Did we pay for that rescue that went to Madeira?
That was before my time. It's from the city of Fort Saskatchewan. Yeah, it was.
When did you buy it? 3 years ago?
21, maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
Maybe?
And then there was work put into it.
we'll keep on going. So I'll look that up. So the next one, we're on page 198, is replacement of a motor grader. And so this is, so Public Works operates 8 patrol graders on the road network, 2 program graders that are assigned to work on various seasonal programs, such as dust abatement, shoulder pulls, and snow removal in the winter months, as well as 2 spare graders in case of equipment break. Current grader fleet is a mix of graders that are under warranty and out of warranty. And the current plan includes the replacement of 2 graders per year, that include a 7-year, 10,000-hour warranty.
So see everything.
Just to answer the previous question, it was $75,000 was the purchase price of that, and it was purchased in 2023.
What year was that?
Well, what year truck?
96.
Oh, sorry, no, the Monday is 2006.
2007 great month.
Or between trucks.
Okay, so page 200 is the second grader to replace. It's unit 1345. It's a 2021 John Deere 872 GP motor grader.
Are these 2 graders, are these grader beat graders, or are these the 2 summer extras graders?
1341 is one of the, there's a list grader in the fleet right now, it's one of our spares. 1345
I know 3045, yeah.
is one of our control graders. 3 years ago, council approved the extension on some cat graders. But the cost to extend the warranty on John Deere's was $90,000. So 1345 currently only sitting at 5,200 hours, but it will be out of warranty next year. 1341 has 9,574 hours as of 2-3 weeks ago, and it is running out of warranty. Just ran out of warranty this year.
The John Deere's and famous as well, you can see all the heat and transmission in the motor, and they cost a little over 40 grand to get that fixed.
The last estimate we got for that was 10,000, barring no other issues. Just drop the engine, reseal it.
Yeah, actually, if I remember correctly, 1345, it only had a few hours at that warranty work done on it right away. Brand new.
Then the cats would get 7,500 grand more when we sell them after.
And just for council's information, we did some research just going back to previous years, what graders were costing, and so graders have almost doubled in cost. And we're actually going with smaller graders, but because of new changes in technology, they're as powerful as the old ones. So we were, I believe they were 160 Gs, then down to 150s now. But the the equipment is as good or better, similar to the, thinking about the towing capacity of a half ton compared to a 3/4 ton. Years ago, you would never have thought of 12,000 pound towing capacity in a half ton. Now the new F-150s from Ford are 12 to 14,000 towing capacity. So similar things happening in graders. So just a note that administration is trying to do the best that we can with the costs. But the costs of these graders have nearly doubled, if not doubled in some cases. For, we're looking at $680,000 for something we were purchasing for $380 not too long ago.
They're going 140, they had 150 at one time.
Yeah, so Cat came out with a 150 model a couple of years ago. Comparing to the G series, the N series, and the current series are that much larger. So what you would get in a 160, you're going to have similar weight horsepower in 150 now.
And you're looking at 140s here?
We're looking, what we've been buying is a 150 or a 770.
No, it's not on.
140 M3 right above your pavement.
That is the one, that is the one we're selling. That's what we're selling, we're supposed to sell.
References the title we're selling, but we're replacing.
Okay.
Yeah, so just what I was commenting about that, so back in 2007, we purchased a Cat 163H for $328,000, a 160M in 2008 for $297, $297,000. So, you know, we're now looking at 150s and such for these replacements. So you know, there's a 46% increase in value just over the last 4 years. But from 2007 to today, we're going from 328 to 680. So these costs are significant, but the costs are constantly going up for this equipment. And you know, the farm equipment is all the same. We're finding those costs are pretty crazy.
And it should be noted that these units have already been ordered, so.
Yes, the previous council.
These units, as directed by previous council, these units will be delivered in January.
Yeah, we really are. Page 202 is the next one. This is a 2004 case loader. And this is we're seeking to replace this one. Again, this is unit 1360. And that's a $430,000 capital.
Sorry.
No likely training on this.
We're unsure of the trade-in value on it. We're looking to sales similar. This one, we had originally proposed for 2025 budget. We've had some major expenses this year, in the early part of this year. I really don't know what range of dollars we would get this year.
And just a curiosity, hours on this one?
I took this morning, 7,000.
Available, you want to replace it with?
For this one, we'd be looking something similar, maybe something just like larger. This one is used quite a bit in the area. We've got one large motor for our double haul operation. We've got two medium sized and then the one smallest one. That's what we may look just to get one size up, just that we're able to use it as a backup for a ground floor or loading purpose.
You're gonna get a utility loader? Diesel bucket?
Yes, well, yeah. So having the ability to have a scale in the loader so that we can use it any yard and keep track of our inventory. And being able to switch from forks to bucket, so that we can utilize it for multiple purposes.
The IMD, the Volvo and the John Deere all use the same quick tag. My Volvo, I get attachments to the John Deere.
Yeah.
Everything's using this IMD using the same quick attach. The case has a different one, but you get ordered with the same.
Yeah.
From the factory, so.
And you guys are looking for replacement case or John Deere?
We're not provincial. We've been demoing multiple different models that we don't have currently. So that when we do go to tender, we know what we're looking for. Should council approve this within the 2026 budget, we'll look to put out a tender that will allow us the opportunity to actually demo anything that we haven't in that manufacturer.
This is your fourth loader. Should be two John Deere's, maybe another diesel in this case, right?
Yes, we've got two John Deere's and two case
In the trade-in and in the sale of equipment number, we're just looking at what number we just don't have it in this particular, business case. But we'll find out what those numbers are for tomorrow. Yeah, for tomorrow, we can have that number. Because we only have 10 minutes left for today. So page 204 is the replacement of unit 1517, which is a Castleton belly dump. This is a 2011 trailer. It's utilized in regards to our road patching and yearly gravel haul. So we are, there's an estimate down in the near the bottom of page 204. Estimate of $30,000 is would be the required repairs in 2026 to extend useful life, and in 2025 to date of the presentation of this business case was $12,645.
What are you doing to the trailer for 30 grand?
So, earlier this year, we were having issues, with the gate, with the gates opening properly, and closing properly. We took it down to manufacturer, because we tried and we could not get it to operate. They went through it. They found, a lot of rust. They did some fixes to it, welded up the cracks. They've recommended a full replacement of all the airlines. This trailer's seen better days. So whether council wants to replace it, we look at taking it to a shop and having it refurbed next year. In order to keep this thing operating, we're going to have to see some.
They build them again in Dewberry, this make a trailer.
Yes, they do.
It lasts longer when you wash them once in a while and grease them quite a bit, eh?
Which is a sample.
Yes. Option sales, 4 months. Up and lower, we have no silver points. We wait 4 or 6 months and they could be hot.
Gravel season, right?
What did the one up? 103?
The quote from one supplier was $130,000.
Yes, moving to page 206. So this is a 2013 Chev 2500. Here on page 206. Looking at a $80,000 purchase of a new 3/4 ton truck.
Place the same, regular cab, 3/4 ton.
We would be looking for extended cab, just so that we have room for storage. This unit is utilized by our shop, and we don't have material stored inside the truck in the winter. So multiple parts for us, how they get locked security inside. It gets tight in that cab when we're doing 6, 8, 10 pickups in one trip, and try to make sure that things are secure while they're inside of another facility.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you if that was part of stuff.
Pretty sure you need an 8-foot box though when you go into the city, with a club. A smaller cab and an 8-foot box.
So we've very rarely do we need a long box when we go to city. And going with the shorter box and more room in town. utilize. Having we do have all on those trucks and we do have those one-off trips for programs and utilized.
Is that Tommy Gate still around?
That Tommy, I believe, is still in our yard, yes.
Okay, so there's two more items in this capital, and then I assume we want to stop for the day. The page 208 is a plate compactor attachment for unit 3391. This is a new purchase, and it would be an attachment for the 2021 John Deere 250 GLC tracked excavator. Looking at a purchase price of $35,000.
So currently, we have one of these for our cat trackle, and that crew is able to complete jobs faster. The other crew is using walk behind plate tampers. We've been having multiple issues with one specific manufacturer of plate tampers, so we've stopped utilizing them and gone to another. It's gotten better, but having the plate tamper on the tractor, we're actually able to get the job faster.
How often do they put it on and use it, the one they got?
The one we have, depending on the day, they might put it on 3 or 4 times. Because they're working in small excavations, they have only one machine, they're having to put it on and take it off. So if it's a very narrow trench, they may only use the walk behinds, but for wider excavations, these plate tampers allow them to do the job that much faster.
Something that limited cost $35,000, or is it all of the?
There's more to it. This is just not,
That's it. Okay, and so the last item in this particular list is the scale shack. And so Public Works is looking to purchase a new scale shack for the road graveling and winter stockpiling program. This particular unit is not does not have sufficient insulation to provide for a safe working environment for the scale operator. We'd be looking at it as skid mounted option. This particular unit is not roadworthy, and the trailer is transported on a trailer to get to the locations. So we're looking at a $35,000 purchase of a scale shack for use with that traveling program.
This isn't the regular scale shack. Yeah, it was a white unit in the county. It was a scale shack for a scale. This is the one that was purchased for testing unit, and the testing gravel was parked beside the county shop on the north side.
yeah, so the other one you're talking about, that one rotted out, we went into it one day and fell through the floor. So we don't have that one anymore. This is the only scale shack we left. The floor is most infested. We've got snapped in the last 2 weeks trying to count them out and keep them out. We've I don't know how many times of spray foam they've gone through, and I'm just trying to keep them out. Because we've moved to the winter stockpiling, try to keep our skin really warm. We have multiple heaters going on in there. You know, there's really no solution. We looked at a couple of options. Best option we found would be a 2-pound. Open sided for the walls.
Yeah, two-way scales, where are they at now?
Our beam scale. We've got one installed in the Lamont yard and then one installed in the storage.
Well, we have reached 4 o'clock.
Follow up with the people that, the watershed, Vermilion River and the North Saskatchewan watershed, there are no membership fees.
We want to,
More we challenge these to look at resources that you have to fund capital for primarily grants and reserves. And we'll go through a similar. Exercise.
That's good. It gives us something to think about it.
yeah,
Marinate.
Really?
Okay, we could call it that.
Well, this is.
yeah,
So we do have some just answers to those questions on the loader. We've estimated a $70,000 trade-in, the 2004 case loader, and a $25,000 trade-in on the Castleton dump trailer. We have not put a estimate trade-in on that shed. So, okay, the $20,000 would be $10,000 for the 2013 Chevy 2500. So those are included in the $675,000 number. And one of the other questions that we had was how much did the land use bylaw consulting cost? And that was $206,000, with costs going back to 2018. So 2018 was 14,000, 2019 was 37,000. It was interrupted by COVID, so 2020 only had 6,800. 2021, it was 146,000, and then dropped to $900 in 2023 just to clean it up. Which is the bylaw. So for a total of $206,697.50. So those bylaws were very expensive, and that was a major update. So that included all the public engagement that Santec did.
Did that also, that did not include in this development?
No, but I did see the cost from the.
So tomorrow, starting back again at the schedule, we will be on page 214. We'll go through the capital projects, and then we'll go back and do our voting on the capital equipment and the capital projects at the same time, with a wrap up, which would then be talking about our processed water project, any of the carry forwards, and the 5-year capital plan.
Which is what in the days that we're taking, do you expect we will be done?
We should be done around 1 or 2 o'clock. Jason, question.
Given the progress we make, are you feeling you have the opportunity to?
make some decisions, that's what.
We're not gonna order one thing more than that. I'm sorry, on Thursday.
Yeah, we'll be scared out of questions. Sleep never, and I think we gotta get it done, and I will ask you questions. I think we can keep that by that. That's it. All right. So we'll recess.
Yes.
The recommendation would be to recess. No, we're not adjourning, with recessing.
So yeah, we will recess this meeting at 4:05 p.m. Thank you guys for coming up.